All right, the time is now 8:30. This is our special pre-budget meeting for August 1st, 2025. And first on the agenda, we have the hearing of residents. We had no one that signed up. But I will be giving the residents that are present an opportunity to chime in after we provide a presentation on the budget so that we can have some input from them. So first then it will be the item number one, the fiscal year 2025 opening budget and capital improvements program workshop. Mr. Williams.
Thank you, Mayor, and good morning. So I know the staff knows how to respond when I say this, and council, y'all are welcome to join in as well. So how's everybody doing? Unbelievable. All right, thank you, because it is an unbelievable morning in Schertz, Texas. This is our budget retreat, and we are going to go through the proposed budget. We're going to talk about a lot of things. We're going to talk about the entire budget and capital improvement program. We also have a couple of other items that are budget related, but also service delivery related, and we'll have presentations on those as well. So we do anticipate almost a full day. If things progress quicker, we do have lunch scheduled as well to work through lunch if it does go that long. So we will go ahead and get started, and I'm going to kick us off this morning, and I'll just make a couple of comments. It has been a good year for the city of Schertz. We've had some ups and downs in different areas, but overall we are progressing nicely. We are experiencing, we're kind of hitting on all cylinders right now, as a matter of fact. And like I said, we've had a little rough spots financially that aren't detrimental, but they are posing a little bit of a challenge. So we're going to go over all of those things, and the good news is we do have a plan to address those things and how to move forward. So I will jump right in and talk about what we are going to talk about. So I'm going to give a budget overview and update, and staff will contribute to that as well. Like I said, we'll talk all the way through the entire operating budget and the capital improvement program. We're going to talk about some things that I'm bringing to you a completed city manager's budget. There are things that were not included, and that's due to limitations that we have, or limitations as they compare to what's being proposed. However, you will see everything, and you will have the opportunity to discuss those, make changes, and move things around as you will. Because ultimately, you are the city council, and you are the biggest things you do is make policies and adopt the budget. We're also going to talk about those two items that I mentioned that are operational in nature, and they involve the city's soccer complex as well as the senior center, and how those function currently and what we propose to do in the future for those. So just to start with an overview of the budget, give an update. So our priorities, these are similar to last year. Actually, they're the same. I've just tweaked it just a little bit, but the 5 top priorities that we have remain in place in terms of staff compensation, making sure that we stay competitive, street maintenance and repair, focusing on our capital improvements program. Now, what that said the way that read in the past was, it was to develop a comprehensive document. We have that document and that multi-year plan in place now. Now our objective is to continue to tweak that plan and put it into action and continue to improve it and continue to utilize it to plan for the future. There is also a focus on increasing staffing levels, and we're able to do that in certain areas this year, and I think we're making pretty good strides in doing that. We still got some work to do to get us up to where we had a staffing level study done in 2021. I think 2021, is that right, Jessica? Somewhere in that range. But we were not able to address all of the areas over the last 4 years or so, 4 or 5 years, and we're making strides towards getting that done. It'll always be a challenge to make sure we can keep up with the current service demand level, but we're working that way. The other is new and remodeled facilities. We've got a couple of those. that they are in the capital improvement program now, and we'll talk about those as well. So shifting gears, the operating budget, this deals with all of our operational things in nature. So there are a couple of things I want to hit that affect all the different funds. So we're going to talk about the general fund and the water and sewer fund, EMS fund, et cetera, and the individual funds. But overall, as an operating budget, there are two items that I want to highlight that affect all of those funds. One of them being is our health insurance. So if you'll remember, last year, we went out for RFP, and we were able to secure a new carrier, came in and very aggressively bid to bring our costs down. Actually, it was about 11% decrease, and it was significantly less than what our current carrier was proposing to go up to. So we actually saved money last year. And then they had a guarantee in there that the second year would only go up by 9.5%. Well, doing our due diligence that we would do, anyways, we went ahead and did RFPs just for the health portion again this year, just to see where we were and see if we could beat the 9.5%. Well, our carrier that we had switched from before, which is Blue Cross Blue Shield, and Jessica's going to present a lot of this in more detail later when she brings the item to you, but they came back in with a very strong bid, and at this point, after their best and final offer, it looks like we will have no cost increase to any of the funds. So we'll be able to stay where we are this year, which is a good thing. Now, it does require some minor plan changes that deal with the maximum out of pocket. There are some increases. The initial increase, we have 3 different plans. It affected 2 of the plans. One plan being the high deductible plan, a little bit heavier than the other 2. So we've asked them to go ahead and kind of recalculate that, and it is effectively not an increase. It's an additional $12,000 for all funds. So 0.0024 impact on our budget. So two-tenths of a percent. So even with that, to bring those back into an equal playing field among the 3 different plans. The other thing is, included in the budget is a merit and step. So if you'll remember, we have a STEP program for all of the uniform personnel, that's police, fire, and EMS. They're in a STEP schedule that moves each year. We have funded that, that's 4%, and that makes up about 55–60% of the workforce. And then the remainder of the workforce will be on a merit-based program where they'll have a performance review and the exact implementation. We're still working on that. There's going to be some tweaks to the way we've done it in the past, functionally and internally, but it's effectively a 0 to 4% that you can earn based on your performance evaluation. As far as a cost of living adjustment, and we've always based that, we have tried to base that on the ECI index, the Employment Conditions Index, and in the past we've tried to get it as close to that as we can. We are not including a COLA at this time, just the merit and step. Because of the financial limitations that we're under, we're not including an ECI or a COLA, an ECI-based COLA. So talking about the general fund expenditures. Oh, and by the way, if you have questions as we go along, feel free to stop me. We can stop down and have a discussion. The staff's all here. We can explain.
I have a question.
Yes.
Going back to that slide, the merit and the step. Some personnel are going to be on merit and other personnel are going to be on step, or is?
Yes. So all uniformed personnel from, say, police, fire, and EMS, like a police officer, a firefighter, or a paramedic, they're all in the STEP program. So they get a 4% step every year. Everybody else, say an administrative assistant or the senior planner or the parks worker, they're all on a merit program. And that merit program, we do a performance evaluation for that individual, and based on that performance evaluation, how they score, they'll get somewhere in between 0 and 4%.
Gotcha. So uniform personnel and step and all others on the merit.
Yes, sir.
Gotcha.
Yes, sir.
Steve, I got a quick one also.
Yes, sir.
On the health insurance, you said you had to increase some of the max out-of-pocket costs. Do we know how many people actually max out on their health insurance? Do we track that?
We do, yeah. I mean, we can provide that. I don't have it on hand.
I was just wondering if it's a significant number or not.
So consider the nature of insurance. You pool money to take care of the people who have a lot of things in one year, right? So it's a small percentage of the workforce, but typically that makes up a large percentage of your costs. Yes, sir.
So with the merit program, do you try to make it like a bell curve, or could theoretically a division have everybody at 4%? Or do you try to have, hey, some are lower and some are just exceptional?
No, it is not a bell curve scenario. It has been in the past. Well, just to explain a little bit more how it's been done in Schertz in the past, it was a department is allotted an amount of money, and they can only spend that amount of money. And if they feel like, on average, people scored more than it would be for that amount of money, they've had to come to me and ask for additional money. This will likely be a little bit different. Like I said, we're still, as a staff, we're making a transition on how this happens, but my philosophy is if everybody in the class earns an A, everybody gets an A. If everybody earns a B, everybody gets a B. If everybody gets, et cetera, et cetera. It's just a philosophical belief. Now, not everybody gets an A every year, so let's just be clear about that. All right, any other questions? All right, so moving on to general fund expenditures. So the total general fund is $53,731,933. That is what we are proposing for the 25-26 fiscal year. It's hard for me to say that, y'all, because this is my 30th municipal budget in a row, and I almost said 95, 96. Okay, so that's an increase of $1 million or 1.1 million or 2.2% from the original budget to the proposed budget. All right, but it's actually a decrease of 1.18 million or negative 2.2% from the amended budget to the proposed budget. So there's some things, we had some budget amendments throughout the year that have caused the expenditure budget to go up. So we're actually proposing a little bit higher than it was when we adopted the budget last year, a little bit lower than where the amended budget is right now. So what's driving that up? Some of the things that are driving it up are we are fully funding some of the positions that we brought on last year. A couple of them we brought them on mid-year. So now we're realizing the full year cost of that. We also have a list of supplemental requests, which I'll get to. And Sarah, if we want to pass that stuff out. Yeah, and the big sheet and everything. So we have supplemental requests. And what is a supplemental request, you're probably asking yourself? It is now the new terminology that we're using, what we used to say expanded programs. So since it's a supplement to what you already have, we've kind of switched the terminology to a supplemental request. And we'll go through all of the funds. All the funds had supplemental requests. And what you're getting right now is a detail of what was requested, what is included, so i.e. below the cut line for say the general fund and everything that's been included. And then also we had an offset. Why is it going down, right? We had fewer, or why is it not growing as much as it seems like it should grow? Because we have fewer capital replacements. We had a fire engine that was budgeted in the current fiscal year that won't be repeated next year. And then we also budgeted additional street maintenance funds last year that now have kind of been shifted into the capital improvement program, and some of that will actually be funded with debt. So just here's a historical look at the final amended general fund budget. So this is after all the amendments at the end of each fiscal year. You can see in 21-22, we were at 42.5 million. And today, in proposing for 25-26, is 53.7 million. On the personnel side, You can see the personnel growth as well. Several positions have been added since 22-23, and as well as cost increases implemented. We have gone from a budgeted amount of 30 million to 37.1 million. And I think this is maybe a good time to comment about, you can see how the expenditure amount is less than the budgeted amount in 22-23 and 23-24. Well, in 23-24 is when we implemented the results of the class and comp study, and we have seen a sustained improvement, dramatic improvement in my opinion, of a 6% vacancy rate, hovering right around that, and less than 10% turnover rate. So that is exceptionally well in my estimation in this business. It typically hovers around at least 12% to 13% vacancy, sometimes up to 17, 18%, depending on the times in the organization, and anywhere from 15 to 20% turnover, depending on the organization and the times. So we've been very successful. I don't want to say that it's all the class and comp, but that was a part of it, and priority number one was to keep us pace with the market in terms of salary and kind of stay in the middle of that market. And I believe it has paid significant, it's been a contributor to paying significant dividends. Now, we've done a lot of other things as an organization, and in terms of organizational culture and the way we approach things to improve that. So the operating money, that's kind of everything else that's not capital or personnel. And we've actually increased just a little bit, not a dramatic increase, from 12.8 million, 12.8 million budgeted to 14.6 budgeted over the last 5 years. And then capital outlay, we actually are going down in comparing year to year on this one. We budgeted 4.8 last year. Of course, we had that fire truck in there, and we had some other fleet replacements and some smaller capital items. We are projecting to spend 4 million of that. And then next year, you can see the number goes down to $1.9 million. Now, what we've done there is there are some fleet replacements that we have pushed out a year, kind of reevaluating the things that were on the replacement plan for this year. In our 5-year forecast, we have actually shifted most of those out by 1 year to address the situation that we're in with our property tax, as well as to allow for some other capital items to be replaced, some other one-time and capital items to be replaced in the general fund. So shifting gears, any questions so far? Okay. All right, so there are $2.8 million worth of supplemental requests included in the general fund based on the proposed budget that I'm proposing. So you can see them there. So the first one is the assistant city secretary that was brought forward, and the special election cost. This was something that was presented to y'all a couple of council meetings ago. So we have put that on the list. Also, we have, when that says utility rate increase, what that means is there are other utility companies that we use their utilities, like electric and gas, et cetera. Their rates have gone up, and so we are putting more money in the budget for that. We also are experiencing a postage increase for the Schertz magazine. So we've put $10,000 in for that, but we intend to increase the advertising fees to offset. So there's a revenue offset for that one. And the credit card services fees, so every time there's a credit card transaction, there's a merchant service fee associated with that. And the city elected years ago to absorb that fee on every credit card transaction. The amount of transactions that we have has gone up significantly, so we need to add some money in the budget for that. The EMS contract, and you'll remember 3 months ago maybe now, Jason gave a presentation, and overall, his budget is about $14 million this year. So it's a $14 million budget, but roughly, and most of that is funded by the rides that they give and the care that they give. 33% of it is comes from a direct contribution from the member entities. So there are 10 member entities. They all contribute some amount based on the amount of population on a per capita basis for each of those entities. So we are, because of a number of reasons that Jason has already explained, we can go over again if you like. The reason why we have a little bit of a gap, there's a couple of different reasons, but we need to fill that gap. And the way that we do that, there's a couple of strategies, and when I get to the EMS, we'll talk about that. There's some fee increase included, but there's also a contribution increase included. And what Jason has done, he's gone back to 7 of the entities, 8 of the entities.
Yeah, we'll have 8 cities that we're doing this for.
8 cities that Jason has gone back to and requested an amendment to their contract to allow for multi-year increases, roughly over 3 years, 45%. Correct? Is that roughly? Depending on the implementation plan they choose, it's a percent or two.
It's 45%.
Sir?
It's 45% total
Okay.
over 3 years.
45%. So we are one of those cities. So we have to contribute a little bit more. But we are roughly 25% or so of that 33% of that 30 million, 13 million, $14 million. We also have some SCBA replacements. So that's the breathing apparatus for our firefighters. We're implementing a replacement of all of those. This is do half of them this year and half of them next year plan. We are also fully funding the firefighters for Station 4, and that'll bring us up to full staffing. So when we open up that station at the end of next fiscal year, beginning of the 26-27 fiscal year, we'll be fully staffed and ready to go. Now, Greg has brought to y'all before, a couple of, maybe a month or so ago, came and talked about where we were applying for the SAFER grant, thank you, the SAFER grant, which actually subsidizes the first few years of the hiring of firefighters. So hopefully we will get it. If we do get it, likely it will not necessarily decrease the amount that you see in the budget, but it will accelerate our ability to hire them. We'll move it up since we have the extra money to get that done, and it really doesn't have a fiscal impact on us. But it will help us actually in the subsequent fiscal years as well by relieving some of that burden for a few years. And then merit and step, which you've already seen, that was a supplemental. So even the things like the insurance, if there's an increase in insurance or an increase in merit and step or COLA, we're considering that as a supplemental request. So keeping on with the list, and I'm going through the funded ones in a little more detail versus the ones that are not funded. And I'll comment, since you all have the sheets in front of you now, the way the requests are reviewed is at the department level. Each department ranks their requests that they're going to submit. Those requests all get consolidated by fund. So all the general funds together, all the water and sewers together, all the MS together, and then they are ranked by the executive team. So the executive team, which covers the entire organization, will go through and they'll all have a ranking for each of those items, and then they'll place in a rank order, and there'll be an average of that rank, and then they'll sit down again and discuss and see if there's anything they missed and maybe make any tweaks. And then that comes to me to review and discuss, and ultimately, what you see in front of you is generally the ranking. Now, I'll explain in a few minutes when we get to the cut line about some things that got moved up because we have more one-time money than we do ongoing money, so that's why you see a little bit more capital replacement stuff. So keeping on, we have some cybersecurity upgrades. There's multiple items for that. We have a new PA system for the library, which is to enhance safety in case there's an emergency. New security cameras and licenses. That is also to enhance security in some of our buildings on this campus. And then what you'll hear a presentation on a little bit later is the soccer operations and the senior center operations. Both of those come with a revenue offset. or the majority of the expenditures already exist in the general fund. So they have minimal fiscal impact on the general fund. We also have a radio renewal, which means replacements. So we're going to have a replacement program of all of the police radios, and that'll be for 7 years. And so this is the first year of that process. We're also replacing our network switches and some software in police vehicles and the computers, and then we're updating Adobe licenses. And so you're going to see on that list, there are a lot of IT-related things related to network security and equipment that is aging, the actual network equipment itself needs to be replaced and servers upgraded, et cetera. The last one is the A2 program, the Assistant 2 program that I've talked to y'all, where we'd take an existing employee and provide a nominal stipend. It's $3,000 in the general fund, a nominal stipend for them to take on additional duties in my office, special projects. All right, we're going to switch over to the general fund. What I'm going to do is I'm going to hand the mic to James, and he's going to get up here and give you all the good news.
All right. Good morning. My name is James Walters, Finance Director here for the City of Schertz. I'm going to touch on the general fund revenues, and of course, the main source of revenue for the general fund is property taxes. And the one area that we discuss every year as far as the impact to those property taxes is the DVHS, Sale Veteran Homestead Exemption. We have the new numbers in for the tax year of 2025, which is what we're going through right now. And congratulations to us, we have broke the $1 billion of exempt value number now for the 2025. We almost got it last year, we were so close. But this year, we got it. So it's an accomplishment. But what that does, what we do have to address in our budgetary review and the budget we put forward and our plans going in our future is what that kind of does to our tax rate and how much revenue we can generate. And with this exemption, it totals about $5.7 million now in taxes that we would have received had this not been an exemption allowed or an exemption in the city. So if we had our tax rate, let's say if we decided, you know what, we're not going to keep the current tax rate, we're going to take all the tax revenue and expand our programs like other cities that and service like other cities would have if they had an extra $5.7 million at the tax rate. We could have said, no, we're not going to do that. We're going to take our 49.50 tax rate and drop it all the way down to 40, and we operate just how we're doing now. So it's going to give you an idea of the overall impact and what that $5.7 million would do for the city. We can drop our tax rate by 20%, basically. Or we could use those funds to expand our program offerings here in the city. So the new numbers, we're up a little bit more as far as the percentage of total homesteads in Schertz with a DVHS exemption. So we're now at 23% of homesteads have a DVHS exemption for 2025. Almost 1 in 4 homes that people have claimed to be their primary residence are now DVHS exempt. About 55% of those homesteads have some sort of disabled veteran exemption. The largest one with the most exemption value is the DVHS because it's 100% exempt. The other ones have a percentage based from 1 to 4. So with the DVHS update, the 89th legislation, special session still going on, but the other one concluded. But they have no change in the state funding for their aid program this year. So they did not end up changing any of the aid program. However, the program was amended and will allow for a couple of additional entities now to apply for aid. So again, they have added the ability for more people to apply, but they're not change the overall amount that they hand out in aid to cities, which means everyone that currently gets the aid from this program, their cut will be smaller. How other cities we've seen with high DVHS continue to operate, and what they do to their operations, they tend to have a slightly higher tax rate overall than the state average to help compensate for the DVHS program. So in 2025, the one we just got awarded for, The years are a little wonky, but basically the application we just got, the money we just got, that program, actually 3 more entities have decided that they can apply for aid, so that the total entities are now up to 12. The total request was $54 million. Again, the state budget is 9.5. So if the program was fully funded, the state would have at least $54 million in their budgetary line. However, they're at 9.5 and they've been there for a couple of years now.
So James, if I could just comment really quickly. In the initial year, you can see it's 2.5 versus the 3.2, that's roughly 79%. They committed to restore 98%. So even from the get-go, it was not fully funded. Today, you can see it's 9.5 versus 54 million, which is 17%. So it is not living up to what the legislature said it would be when they implemented the program.
So not quite 5 times the state budget, almost 5 times they increased their budget, but slightly more than that number of requests received. So if we go look at we can pull up, it's a little small on the screen, I'll make it bigger. But if we look at the actual payment information, this is that $54 million that was received. This is their budget, 9.5. 9.5, it's basically 9.5 each year. Again, 9.5 each year. And then they were at 3.25 back then and 2.5 at the start. But the new entities that applied this year was Wichita County. They were on before. City of Temple also applied. And the other new one was Comal County, also applied. But you can see some of the impact of the cities. Bell County, 12 million, got 2 million. City of El Paso asked for 9, they get 1.6. And this is not just ask. If the program was fully funded, everything in this left column would be awarded if it was fully funded. There, Fair Oaks Ranch, Killeen was 9.3, they got 1.6. City of Schertz, we asked for 3.9, we got 690,000. Temple 1.4. So, and this is stated on the comptroller's website. I just went straight there. And I made a previous comment in that slide how other cities handle high DVHS exemptions. This is a list of their taxable value and the tax rates they have. And these are just the cities that are in the program. This doesn't include other cities that aren't in the program. So these people are at least getting something back. And you'll notice there is Fair Oaks Ranch with 0.28 is the lowest. The highest being El Paso with 0.76. Schertz is actually the second lowest tax rate in this list at 0.49, and everyone else is above 5. Universal City is 5.1, they're very close, and then everyone else is 6 in the 60s. Kind of give you an idea of the impact of the overall this DVHS exemption has on the cities that are affected by this in higher quantities. Now for the 2025 property values, so the 2024 taxable value, the one we were working on this current fiscal year, was $5.5 billion. Those same properties this year decreased to $5.4 billion. So from the first time in a long time, we've actually had a lower value in the city of Schertz, about $83 million, led by residential homestead values. So we had a lot of real rapid growth in residential homestead values the past few years. Possibly kind of created a bubble, and maybe that bubble's cooling off, maybe not popped, but cooling off. No comment. So we've seen this. Guadalupe and Comal have been relatively flat. There's not a whole lot of growth in residential homesteads, but there's not a lot of decrease. So they're really in line. Sadly, where we did see this effect is in Guadalupe County. So Guadalupe County, and I'll show you on another slide as well, residential homestead value decreased about almost $200 million. And that really offset other increases, like commercial still doing good. Those values still increased. It was really targeted toward the residential homestead. We did have $255 million of new construction being added to the tax roll, as well as the annexations. That's the combined number of annexations and the new development. So overall, the taxable value in the city of Schertz did go up $171 million. So for 2025, we have $5.6 billion of taxable value. This is what we talked about just a second ago, increase in new construction, annexation. Again, in Guadalupe County, residential homestead value dropped $192 million. That would equate to, so if they didn't drop, that would equate to about $640,000 revenue for the city for the general fund and INS fund. And I mentioned DVHS broke $1 billion. On the plus side, silver lining, it was actually the lowest increase we've seen, only 8.6 as opposed to 20% that we've seen in the years past. However, we also had another adjustment to our taxes this year. A bunch of DVHS applications got approved and then were made retroactive. So this year we actually refunded about $675,000 on refundings. So they made it retroactive. So it's like, oh, here's your award. Oh, you applied 3 years ago. Well, we're going to give you a couple years back and then adjust your tax bill this year. So we saw that as well. So we take that, we look at the no new revenue rate. It's the rate for which to generate the same revenue for the city on properties that were in both tax years. So if we didn't have that $250 million of annexations and new property, we would say we'd go with this rate and we'll get the exact same amount of property tax revenue as before. We have the voter approval rate, which is the highest rate council can go without triggering an election. I'll show you the current rate and our proposed rate. What we'll ask council to do on Tuesday is set a preliminary maximum tax rate that will go on all the notices. They'll set if we have public hearings or not, and other notice requirements based on what rate we decide to go with. Our current rate is 0.49, refresher. The no new revenue rate is 0.5064. The budget that was going to be submitted or proposed now, we're talking about, is balanced at that rate. The voter approval is 0.5350. And a little bit of information on the impact. 1 penny on the tax rate is equal to $573,000 of revenue generated, or about $33.18 per year on the average home. What that would do, the M&O would go from 3326 to 3383. INS would go from 1574 to 1681 for a total of 49 to 5064. I can go back to that slide if you want, but I was click through real quick. So the estimated impact on the tax bills at each different rate. So no new revenue, on average, should keep all of the tax bills the same as before. The estimated tax bill would be about $1,680. So out of your $4,500, $5,000 tax bill, only about $1,600 is actually the city's portion. That's if we go with the no revenue rate. We actually believe, on average, the tax bills will remain the same. That's the whole point of that particular tax rate. So we'll generate the same amount of revenue from each property that that's in the city. Voter approval rate, we'll go to the highest rate possible. The estimated tax bill would go to $17.46. It'd be a $95 increase, or about 5.6%. The proposed rate, again, no new revenue. Theoretically, no change in your bill. Individual results may vary. If your home went down more than a couple percentage points in value, you would get a lower tax bill. If your home went up, you would get a slightly higher tax bill. And then, for reference, if we kept the current tax rate of 0.49, the estimated tax bill would drop to $16.26. It would be an average annual decrease of $54.42, about 3.2%. So that's kind of the impact of that lower property value that we saw come through. And to frame it up again, the highest possible that the council could impact without going to the voters would be the $94, $95. That translates to just under $8 per month if you do an escrow. So the tax bills are based on the average taxable home values of 2025, which is $331,000 here in Schertz. To kind of give you a frame of reference again, this is the historic M&O tax rates. So if this is the money that goes and funds the general fund portion, that's the police, fire, it's the streets, parks. So 3383 is proposed. It was not the highest it's ever been, but higher than the past couple of years. And we saw, again, real high home prices increase. We were able to lower the tax rate. Home values decrease. Results in, that's that swing that the no new revenue rate does. When home values go up, no new revenue rate goes down. When home values go down, no new revenue rate goes up. We get the same amount of tax money. As far as the INS, it's the highest we would be in the last couple of years, 1681. And the overall total, 5064. Since 2019, not the highest, but not the lowest. Fairly average tax rate is the no new revenue tax rate. All right, before I move on to the other sources of revenue, is there any questions over the taxes, the tax rate, tax values?
How would our rate change or be affected with that new Senate Bill 9 that they're taking up in the committee today, that's going to take cities that's over 30,000 in population from the 3.5 to the 2.5?
For this year, as a proposed rate, won't affect us.
Okay.
But otherwise, that no new revenue,
It's effectively 1% less. So the voter-approved tax rate is 3.5% currently.
We would have to.
It would be a little bit less than that, 53.50.
Okay.
yeah, so this 3 cents basically go 2 cents on what we're talking about now. So the maximum would be 52.50-ish on average on this particular one.
So James, if you could go back one slide. No, to that one. So bear in mind, to answer your question now, how does it impact it financially? And then also when we get to the cut line discussion, just bear in mind that each penny for the general fund adds $573,000. So if we took 1% off, and I don't have the exact amount, but let's say it lowers it to $52.50, that means it's $573,000 less.
And that's,
If you were, in fact, going all the way up to the voter-approved rate.
there's some more calculations on the back end that would affect it a little bit because it only affects the general fund side. But we can speculate on why they're doing it. But 2.5% is kind of a long-term inflation rate. So if we're sticking to an inflation rate, but the council wanted to add new programs, it would very likely force a lot of new programs to just go to the voters directly, which seems to be a trend.
So if you'll remember, SB2, Senator Betancourt and the Lieutenant Governor, the intention of the no new revenue rate and then lowering, which used to be called the rollback rate, now it's called the voter approved rate, they lowered that from 8.5% down to 3.5%. I believe their intention was to skew cities towards adopting the no new revenue rate. That's not necessarily practical in growing cities, but in most situations, right, in my 30 years of doing this, I've always been in an inflationary environment where property values are going up. This time, they're going down. So the impact on the no new revenue rate is it pushes up higher than our current rate, and it pushes the voter approved rate out even further. So I believe that their intention was to gravitate you towards the no new revenue rate. That's why that is included. The impact on the homeowner's tax bill is zero by increasing the rate, because the amount of money we're going to bring in if we keep the current rate is less. So in order to maintain the same amount that we brought in last year, i.e. the no new revenue rate, which was the intention of Senator Betancourt and Lieutenant Governor Patrick, we would adopt the higher no new revenue rate.
I still don't see their intent, why they're trying to do this new bill, because only 5 cities, since they adopted Senate Bill 2 back in the day, only 5 cities went to the voters and the voters approved it. So it's sort of like they're trying to say, hey, we don't trust you local electeds to do the right thing by your residents, even when your residents have voted for you and they approve what you're doing. We think we know best.
I can't speak definitively.
That's the intent,
My
to
personal
me.
belief and professional
Personal
belief is that there are some in the state legislature that would like it, the maximum amount without an election, to be the no new revenue rate.
Right.
And so they are incrementally working it down to the no new. I don't know that for fact. I just suspect that from my experience, my professional experience, and my personal belief.
I don't know that for a fact either. That's just my experience in following the bills and getting into the weeds of things. That's my assumption.
Do I think that's healthy for cities in maintaining their budgets? No, I do not. No, I do not. There is a push, and not to get us off track, but there is a push to, there are even some that would like to eliminate the property tax altogether and make us fully funded by a sales tax, which in cities that don't generate a lot of sales tax, that would be detrimental, because you would, when more of your base is made up of property tax than sales tax, and you eliminate one of the property tax, you're in big trouble.
Be a school district situation.
Unless the state created a revenue sharing, which I suspect they would, where they collect all of the sales tax and then redistribute it out to the cities based on population. I don't see how they could do it any other way, which I don't think anybody wants that either. We would like to be locally controlled.
So we're going to get 17% of that.
Right.
So they'll charge 22%, we'll get 11% back or so to,
So it's going to be like the Robin Hood Act for the school districts. They're just going to do it for the cities. They're going to say, hey, city, we brought in all your money. We know this is what Schertz brought in, but you won't get that all. We got to give it to New Berlin, Marion, and any other city that's.
I would say it would be more akin to the portion of a school funding that comes from the state sales tax and other state revenue sources, not necessarily the property tax. Kind of, but more so. Right now, they collect 6.25%, and then they redistribute that out to school districts. All right. Any other questions on that? Sorry, James, didn't mean to jump in on that, but you and I did
Sorry,
want to offer
James,
that
I just-
explanation because I am proposing the no new revenue rate to keep the property tax, the property owner's tax bill the same and not increase on them at this point. Now, that is up for discussion. If there are more items when we get to the list and look at it that y'all want to add, we can add those things and go all the way up to the 5350 as the voter approved rate, which is entirely appropriate in terms of if you want to fund additional things. And I will say, I did hear that there's an entity that's very close by that is going up to their voter approved tax rate, which is slightly higher than this one. So,
I got a question.
Sir.
I got a question. Okay, so 1 penny, it's gonna equal to 573,000, correct?
Yes, sir.
For the increase. Now,
Roughly.
it says, or $33.18 per average on households, correct?
Yes. So if you went, let's say instead of saying 5064, you said 5164, that brings in 573,500 more to the general fund.
Right.
And it adds to the property taxpayer, the homeowner's
Right.
tax bill, $33.18 a month.
But an
I
average.
mean, a year, excuse me.
A year, yeah.
A year.
But on average, correct?
Yes.
So what would be like an amount for the highest and the lowest? Couple dollars?
Our home values range from about 125,000 up to well over $1 million. So it's a wide range. Our average here is 331,000. That's what they use,
Yeah, so if it's,
which is a good number.
if your home value is twice the average of 331, the taxable value, then yeah, you could double.
It would be $66.
Yeah, it would be $66.
So on a
Well,
$1 million home, it's $100 a year.
So it depends on the value of the
Yes,
property.
it's the rate times the taxable value. So if you have $1 million home that's taxable at $1 million, doesn't have, DVHS or home, some other type of exemption, it would be $100 on $1 million.
And again, if your home went down, so it also was like the percentage of your home taxable value that changed. So even if you're at the highest bracket, if your home value dropped 6%, same as everyone else in Guadalupe County, then your tax bill would remain the same.
Gotcha.
So it was the
Give or take. Thank you.
Yes, sir. But yes, that's a good question, because when we start looking at the cut list, if you want to add things up and we kind of look at it, we go, okay, that's $1 million worth of stuff, or $1.2 million worth of stuff, you could consider you probably need to raise the tax rate by 2 pennies to be able to afford that. Or go beyond what is being proposed, 2 pennies, right?
Dave, sorry, just
Yes.
for clarification, on that average per home, is that average based on every home in the city or those that pay taxes?
taxes.
Are you talking, the average home value is the average home value?
Yeah, this is the
Yeah, that's
this is
all.
the average taxable value in the city of Schertz. So you take all the taxable value for those that pay taxes, and that's the average taxable value.
Okay, yeah. Yes,
Yes, sir. Can you go back to the slide with the INS? It was a vertical chart, INS.
the different, oh, sorry.
Right? This one.
Yeah, that one,
The combined or just the INS?
combined.
Okay,
So we're pretty steady, but, so we were trending down and now we're slightly trending up in
right,
terms
so
of,
when values go down, rate has to go up.
yep,
So value is going down, so rate is going up. That impacts the INS fund, right? And
Right.
so if we were to keep the rate the same at 49 cents, it actually would squeeze the general fund part, because the INS rate has to go up to pay the debt.
okay. Thank you.
Where were you, James? Here? Right there. All right. Any other questions on property tax before we move on to sales tax? We got this. James loves doing this. We love doing this. All right. Okay.
Okay. So while the property tax portion, not as great news to share today, but on the sales tax side, especially for the 25 fiscal year, we got a great investment by one of our local entities, one time, sadly, but they made a big investment into their business here in the city of Schertz, and it got us quite a bit of sales taxes for this year. And sadly, we don't believe that'll happen next year. Some of the decisions we made today were based off of that little influx, but we are trending as a long-term average as well as our 3-year. Our long-term average as opposed to how we're trending this year without this big bump is about 7%, which is our long-term average. You see, luckily with the big bump, we're trending just under 15% over a rolling 3-year, thanks to that nice influx. But we do think we'll lose that. So I wanted to make sure you're all aware that we're going to show a nice big increase for sales tax, but next year it's going to fall off a little bit. And still continue with our about 7% annual growth rate trend.
Just one question. For clarity, the increase, that big bump you got, you're not forecasting for 2026?
No, we verified with the state comptroller's office. There was a very large investment in a local company that investment is subject to sales taxes. But once they're done, they made their improvement, it's not going to continue. So
Okay.
we weren't aware of it, but we verified it. We're very happy that very happy that our partner in the city of Schertz was able to make that large investment at this location. And with the confidentiality of sales taxes, there's only so much I can share as far as who or what that was. I wish we could keep that going. That would be great, but you can see since 2014, we've had a nice steady increase in sales taxes, slightly escalated during this time frame, as you could see by this growth chart, three-year average chart. We started to slow down a little bit last year, so last year growth was a little bit subdued. So 2024, we thought we'd get here. We came in a little bit less than what we expected. And then that affected our projections for this year. But then, man, we're going it, and now we're back at a nice 7% trend. Under the franchise fees, slightly higher. We've been going along nice and easy. Not a whole lot of change there. Generally, it should follow the population growth as new homes. They get cable, they get water, they get electricity, and that generates franchise fees. Our permits, we want to touch on them. So permits is another one. It's hard to control when they come in, when builders want to come in and build homes, or some of the real big winners whenever we have like a school building being built or a big commercial come through. So again, we've hit pretty high numbers for a while now. And this was 23-24 was a nice big year for our permits. We tried to grab and thought, yeah, you know what, maybe we're hitting 2 million, we're hitting 2 million, we're gonna set about 2 million. Current projection to be slightly under that. We're almost there, so we had a pretty good projection. We're gonna keep that trend going for next year as well. Fees. So our fees are coming along. We've actually been able to get a little bit more. This one's related to a plan check fee, which is actually related to the permits. So this nice big increase over here, the 2.5. Plan check fee, it helps account for some of that. And then again, this year we're expected to be a little bit higher on our fees. And then next year, some of the items that we said were coming through, mainly the, if we have the fees for the soccer complex, if we take that over, that's offset in the budget. So while I was on the supplemental request, we have more money to spend, to write checks for. We also believe we'll be getting money back in from that program. We'll touch on that later, but that fee number accomplishes that. So that's why that increase in fees is seen. And then the overall general fund forecast. So this year, you saw from the current budget here, we're going to be a little bit down from that, the 2.2%. This is where we're currently proposed at. And then estimated ending fund balance about 27%. We've got a little room. We're not quite sure if this drop in property values is a one-time thing or it's going to be a trend that we'll see for a few years. We'll see a little bit. Go back up. So what's in the out years, these funds, there's nothing programmed in there currently. So this is just if we kept our current levels of staff, our current capital replacement program, along with all the items that were approved this year, this would be what would come out without any additional programs in the next few years. So this is kind of our capacity to add programs going forward. Okay, now we're back on the supplemental request. I'll open this up for our city manager. Zoom in.
Before we move on, do our guests have any comments before we continue? All right, let's move forward.
All right, let's set my glasses down somewhere so I'll fly blind. So what you have in front of you is you have a printout, and this printout has all of the supplementals that were requested. The first one is the general fund, and then we have subsequent funds, water and sewer, EMS, drainage. So the first two pages are the general fund, and I'm gonna kind of explain. If you drop down to the second page, if you go to the second page, to third page, excuse me, to the total, you can see that a total of $6,210,635 worth of supplemental requests were made, and we are including If you go back up to the first page, I think it's the first page, yes, first page, included in the budget are 2 million.
Steve, I'm sorry to interrupt. This linked fund is not the most current. The one that you all have in front of you is the current one, so we apologize that that's not linked correctly.
Okay, so
I'll get it real quick.
So this is what's right.
Make sure. Okay, this is the, do you want to do an Excel or we can save it as PDF real quick?
that's fine, just Excel, it's fine.
Cool. We got version history.
Okay, you know you're getting old when you can't find your glasses, but they're in your pocket right here. So that, I'm glad that was on video for everybody to see. So if you will look at your sheet, the first 2 pages constitute the general fund, and just skipping down to the total, we've got a total request of $6,595,000. Skip down so people at home can see this. So $6,595,000 worth of requests, and included in the budget, if you go back to the first page and go to that second section, the total amount that is included is $2,812,000. So you're gonna see 2 totals. So I went through this list already during the slides, but you're gonna see 3 columns there of numbers. The first one is the initial cost, and then the next one is a cumulative cost, so we can track as we go down. And then if there's an annual recurring cost, that's what's out to the right of that. So as we go down, you can see the ones we already talked about, assistant city secretary, postage, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, all the way down to $2,128,000. So if we were to cut the tax rate by maintaining the current tax rate of 49 cents, then we would be able to afford $2,128,000. If we were to not cut the tax rate by keeping the same tax rate, which is, and I'm using the terminology that is included in state law. So if we were to not cut the tax rate and go to the no new revenue rate, it would add another $684,000, and we would be able to afford the $2,812,000. So below the cut line, you can see the rest of the items. So it goes from that 2.8 million down to a subtotal of 3.7 million. So the almost $3.8 million in supplementals that are still out there for you to review and to take a look at and to consider. So actually, this would be the time, if you want to look at the list that is being recommended to fund and something you just do not believe that should be funded, we can move it down. If there's something on the list that's below that cut line of $2.8 million and you think it should move up, then this would be the time to discuss that. And then we can discuss options of how we would pay for it, whether it's through additional property tax or whether it's through an additional fee or something of that nature. So I can kind of walk through these. There's a lot of them and it might take a while. It might be easier if you take a look at them, but I'll talk about maybe the first 5 or 10 because there's some significant ones up there. The COLA was one that had ranked high but got pushed down below the cut line, and that's $312,000. There are some positions probably where we I don't want to say suffered, where we cut the most was ongoing costs, because at the current rate, the ongoing cost is something we need to be cautious of. So when you look at the list above, there are a lot of one-time costs or smaller costs that they have an initial cost, but then say a maintenance cost that's a fraction of what the initial cost is. When you hire a person or a position, then that cost is ongoing. So I would say anything that we move up that has a relative ongoing cost, we would accompany with an ongoing revenue like a property tax rate increase. So any questions on any of these that are listed below the cut line or comments? Yes, sir.
So if you take this budget and you put your priorities, your 5 priorities, would it match up? Like, I'm presuming it would, but how would I know that, sort of say, what was the first priority? The first on your,
So
The
the
very
5
first-
that are identified
Yeah.
are personnel compensation, right?
So personnel
And then
compensation
street
should be-
maintenance, and then capital improvement program, and then additional personnel and renovation of current facilities. One thing that I considered adding, and really could be on that priority list, is IT and cybersecurity. It's not explicitly stated in the top priorities, but it is bubbling to the top as a priority. So you're seeing a lot of IT. We had an incident last year. And fortunately, it was outside of the city's realm and it didn't really affect what we had. So we had an audit done of our cybersecurity by an outside firm. A lot of what you see that's included is a result of that audit. So I would say yes. Do they match? Yes, with the exception of IT security and equipment not being explicitly stated.
all right.
Now, are there items below the cut line that fit into those priorities? Absolutely. Just about every one of them. So the priorities, I would say, fit into our strategic plan. If you were to go back and look at our strategic plan, every supplemental request essentially references back to the strategic plan and the goals that are listed there. And that's how the budget is developed. Now, the list is always longer, and you can see it's more than twice as long than what we can afford.
I'm trying to go back. Remember the time when we had that budget retreat out at that that ranch out there?
Yes, sir.
How has budget priorities and our strategic plan changed since then? I know we had that council there. I think there was at least one different member.
Yes, sir. So the priorities have not shifted in terms of the stated top priorities.
Okay.
That's not all of the priorities. Those are just the top priorities. So there are things that don't get listed on that slide that are in there. Now, what we've done, kind of what I was, so if you were to take our strategic plan and you look at it, we have 5 stated goals. And within those goals, we have stated objectives below those. Everything that's being requested here, that is on the entire list, and everything that is in the CIP gets scrutinized against those goals and objectives, right? So that's the most significant change, is we sat down, we spent an entire day, maybe 2 days, 1 day. We spent an entire day going through with a consultant to redo our strategic plan, and then as a staff, we took multiple meetings, probably 5 or 6 meetings, another 10 to 15 to 20 hours crafting the objectives underneath those goals, and then bringing it back to the council adopted it last year. And so now what we are trying to do is when we look at these priorities, when people make requests, it should be looked at through the lens of what we discussed that day and what was finally adopted by the city council as our strategic plan.
Yeah.
Yes,
So
sir.
we identified the strategic plan. You came up with some objectives, which are you and your staff, your senior staff, and then over a period of time, then you developed 3, 4, 5 goals per objective, and that led to the budget, more or less.
So, the strategic plan? Of where?
I'm just trying to understand the process. What you've done is a good job, Steve, and,
Oh, I was just
James.
going to give you a visual.
I was just
Yeah.
trying to do, I'm a visual learner, that's,
Okay. Yeah, so remember, strategic plan.
yeah.
So 9/3 of 24, so basically this time last year, this is when the council adopted this. So
Mission, vision, okay.
So our mission, vision, and values really, I mean, just to kind of recap, and I don't mean to belabor this, but just as a refresher, the mission and vision stayed the same. The values, we had 3 sets of values, and so rather than having the 3 sets of values, we retained our core values. You can see them listed there, but then we also created goals and did away with the council values and the staff values. They had a different name from that, but that's effectively what they were. And so these are our 5 goals: sustainable government, safe and livable community, infrastructure investment, sense of community, and thriving economy. So everything we do and everything we fund should ultimately reach back to these and try and achieve these. Now, goals are goals. You don't ever really achieve goals. You just get closer to achieving that goal. You should always work towards that goal. And then underneath each of these, right. So, and right here you can see the objectives, right? So the objectives fall under each of these goals. First one being sustainable government, and then you can see the 4. It's 4 to 6, I think, on each of them. Financial stability, integrity, and recruitment, development, et cetera, et cetera. And these are all on the website, but what James just pointed out to me, and I didn't explicitly say this, but when somebody does a supplemental request, they have to state on there which objective it points to, correct? And which goal it points to. So we're not going to consider a supplemental request that doesn't help us work through our strategic plan. And that's something that's new for our organization. I mean, it's been done to a degree, but it's very explicitly stated now. I hope that answered. I didn't mean to go overboard on the explanation, but I wanted to make sure that that's something I didn't explain in the presentation, but want to make sure that everybody's aware of. Yes, sir.
Steve,
Question.
Yes, sir.
can you touch on the soccer complex? Is that the lighting and irrigation, or is it just going to be maintenance? And
No,
then
ma'am.
again,
Actually,
on senior center, is this going to be just the maintenance? And
I apologize for not giving a more in-depth explanation. The back end of this, we have about 25 slides on both of those. So we will, Lauren will come up and give a presentation on both of those. And essentially what that is the operations and maintenance associated with both of those facilities. So, and like I said, they've got, I don't want to steal their thunder and I don't want to mess it up either, but it is, there's a presentation that's on the agenda. There's 2 items. Those last 2 items or last item is related to those and how those will be operated, how we are proposing to operate those in the future. Yes, ma'am. Okay. All right. Other questions? Cut line questions.
I got a question.
Yes, sir.
What is the status on the 311?
311 is up and running. They're doing a great job.
So the glitches
Yes.
and everything have been taken care of?
Are you, okay, so you're speaking in terms of sometimes if we're close to the edge of the
Yes.
city, sometimes that goes to San Antonio?
Yes.
I don't, Brian's got an explanation, but I don't believe there's a fix for that.
Yeah, so the issue we're having, you may recall, is we had situations where people, when they try to dial 311 on their cell phone, it doesn't take them anywhere, right? Need to get a little closer to the mic. That's not something we have the power to control, right? That has to do with the cell network. And so again, with the odd shape of our city, you can be in our city but be close to another community. And the problem is, based on where the cell phone is pinging off, it doesn't know which city you're supposed to go to. And when it doesn't know, it doesn't send you to 311. There isn't a correction that we have for that. We've had a few instances of people with landlines. Again, from what we understand, it's a carrier issue. Typically, we've seen it involved when people have changed services or changed companies, kept their number, and they haven't rectified that. But there's nothing that the city can do to ensure every person who is calling about something with the city of Schertz can just dial 311 on their cell phone and get through. It's just a function of the odd boundaries. Mickey? Yeah. Yep. Mhm. 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 Yep. Yep. Yeah, so Mickey, again, how far are you from the boundary of our city to another city there? That's the issue. So yeah, you're very close to us, but you're a stone's throw from the city of Universal City. And so it doesn't, there's not a lot of rhyme or reason. It picks up different places, but that's the function of it. Yeah, you are a stone's throw from Universal City. Okay. Yeah.
Brian's got a good arm.
I got a pretty good arm. But that's the issue, Mickey. I mean, that's what we find. And so, yeah, it's in various parts of the city. We are very close to other communities, right? When you're just down the road on 3009, you're right there by Cibolo, and you're right there by Schertz as well, because the boundary jogs. When you get into this area, you're close to Universal City, you're close to Selma, has to do with the cell tower locations. Yeah, it's not something we can correct. So the issue is people... I'm not, is this your landline, Mickey, or your cell phone? Yeah, right. So again, yeah, yeah. We don't operate the phone company, and so right. I mean, again, other than Mickey, how many residents who live in this area have complained that their landline, when they dial 311, won't get through? Yeah.
Right, so I guess ultimately the explanation is that we unfortunately, we do not operate the telephone companies, and there are a variety of options for telephone companies. You have your traditional, what you would have called the baby bells, right? Your Verizon and Southwestern Bell, and then you also have now your cable company, your internet company, so there are a variety of ways that you can have a landline. We do not have jurisdiction or control over those, so ultimately you have to work through your carrier if you want a change made, which I suspect maybe is what you did with the cell phone company. Call them and tell them that they need to fix that. Right. Right, it's just, unfortunately, it's just not something we can correct on our end, apparently. I'm sorry, I can't offer any more explanation than that.
So basically, it falls on the company itself? On
The companies that
Spectrum or
operate
whoever you
the
have?
phone system, yes. So in the case of a local telco, right? Verizon or whoever the local telco is here, I guess they have an exchange, okay? And they punch numbers into that exchange. If that number is not punched into that exchange and going in the right direction, it's going to go a different direction. It's up to them to reprogram their phone system to reroute that number to the correct place. So we can't do that. We can't go to the phone company and force that. Now, there are also multiple providers of local landline telephone service as well. You got GVC, you got AT&T, you've got Spectrum, you've got, so there are multiple landline providers. So each person, you may have a street and everybody might, not everybody, but most everybody might have a different landline carrier. So dealing with each one of those, right, is a separate issue in dealing with each one of those. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Right? It's not like it used to be when we were young, where I just called Southwestern Bell, and it was a Southwestern Bell issue related to landline, period, end of story, and they fixed it at the exchange level. It's a completely different world in how they direct and route calls.
Well, Steve, you mentioned that, yeah, there's several different carriers that we
Yes, sir.
cannot contact each one based on the 10,000 residents that we have. And these 311 calls are routed based on transmission. And I have to remind our council is that we border 9 different cities. So it can be picked up. Take, for instance, Kensington Ranch. It's right next to Universal City, and it's right next to Selma.
Sure.
You know, so those are the issues that we cannot control as a city.
The other issue, Mayor, if I may too, is when we call the phone company to tell them, hey, we're having a resident who's saying they have this problem, to try to facilitate what we can, part of what we get is, well, that's not your account. We can't do what you're telling us to do on an individual's account. So we're a little bit constrained even with the landline issue to what degree we can facilitate a fix for them. Right, but again, I will say this. Where you hear people are having problems, send it in to us, because we'll take that information, we keep track of it, we start trying to hunt stuff down, because yeah, we want to find out, is this a problem on our end? Is it a problem just with the way the system works, or is there an individual problem with a particular property or user that we can try to help and facilitate the degree we can? So where you hear that, call us. Again, what we tend to hear most is the cell phone thing, right? I'm calling, I can't get through, dialing 311. I don't know that we've had very many people with the landline issue that's come through. I think it's you know, there's probably more than one, but sure. Well, happy to talk to you relative to when that call was and when my email to you was.
If we can
Yeah,
just go ahead and move on, because this is one issue
Yeah.
we cannot solve, and it's not pertaining to the budget.
Yes, sir.
So,
And
yeah.
I'm assuming that that question and that whole discussion was within the relative scope of the budget in terms of maybe funding more IT dollars or something to that effect. So I would just advise maybe that we maybe move on or focus back on
Yes,
the cut
that's-
line.
I have a question on the cut line.
Yes, ma'am.
When I was looking at a couple of questions, one of the cut lines was to move Laserfish to a cloud. It doesn't have a dollar amount, and is there a dollar amount associated with that? And if not, does moving the Laserfish to the cloud make it safer for security purposes in backing up? It's down below. It's like, it's just under public affairs with social media management.
Oh, move Laserfish to the cloud.
Yes.
I don't know, do we have an answer for that? Yes, Chief. Here, come on, Jack. Jack, talking to Mike, please.
We requested a quote from the vendor to provide this service. They didn't get back to us in time to include that in the budget. That's the reason why there's a blank line there. It will increase the amount of security for Laserfish, and it gives us additional encryption options, but we don't have a set price yet.
Okay. Because I just know with so many cities that are being attacked out there, and I know with the risk pool and increasing cybersecurity coverage, just making sure we would be secure. So that question. And then the other question was, I guess, different departments wanting more training dollars. Is that for them to get more training to be more effective, or is it just?
I'm sorry,
So
which ones are you
have-
referring
have-
to?
One is, I see engineering wanting more money for travel, increased training and travel for the engineering, the city secretary increased travel and training, and I think those were the only two that I saw. So I'm just trying to find out what is the ask for the increased travel and training?
So it's what you said. It's to ensure that we're keeping up with current trends and making sure that our staff we're funding the ability to do that. That is a high priority, and in terms of looking at the budget and cutting the budget is something that I would prefer to cut last, right? If we were in a situation where we had to cut the budget, I would be very protective of what we already have for travel and training. I'm sorry. These would be additional travel and training for folks. Some of the cost has gone up. Some of it's all over the board. It's not necessarily one department has significantly different needs from another department. So PD is going to be different, way different from engineering. So I can't really say it X, Y, Z for this, but it is to do exactly what you said. It's for us to upgrade our knowledge, abilities, skills, and habits and be able to provide that. So the good news is we didn't cut anything out, and even included in some of the positions you'll see that are later in other funds, there is some travel and training dollars in there. So we are incrementally increasing our travel and training dollars. We just were not able to fully do some of these. And we did build into the base, I believe, the amounts that the council requested, correct? Went from $25,000 to $48,000 for travel and training for the council.
On the below the cut line, is that list based on priorities starting from the top, or it's just a list?
Yes, it is based on prioritization. So, yeah, something that's right below the cut line is something that is considered a higher priority by the executive team, the departments, the executive team, and me, than something that's at the bottom of the list.
Traffic safety projects, are we going to discuss those since that's below the cut line and if it's dealing with safety of the residents moving about the city?
Yes, I mean, anything is up for discussion, and that one is the fourth one down. That's, so it's a little higher on the priority list. And that would be to add $315,000. Let me make sure I'm on it on the screen so people can see it. So yes, that's absolutely something to discuss.
And then the sidewalk repair and installation, is that also part of the sidewalks that are missing that are needed for safe travel to and from school?
Yes, we have some money in the budget now for sidewalks, I believe. Where's Larry? Yes, and this would augment that amount and would add to it.
Additional amount?
Additional money for that purpose, yes.
Okay. Okay.
Would you like a more in-depth explanation what's in those, or?
Yes, please.
Okay.
If you could. It doesn't have to necessarily be now, I guess, if there's something that can come later. I'm just interested in, when we're looking at training, knowing that keeps people up to date and get them what they need. If it's more than that, and I do know the cost for travel and training goes up. I know that with the TML, we just did a 5% increase for registrations, and there will be 5% this year and 3% next year because of costs that are being passed on, that we were accepting the cost, but now it's getting to the point where we can't handle those costs.
So you
Because the sidewalks and repair installation and the traffic safety, if those are things that, I know they're below the cut line, but is that?
We already have.
I know we already have some funding for that. So are this is extra projects on top of what we're planning to do?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am. This would increase the number of projects that we have the ability to do.
So the question would probably be, what do we currently have in the budget? And then this is in addition to. So, for example, if you already have $200,000 for sidewalks and you're asking for another 100, it's not like you're not doing sidewalks. You're only doing $200,000 worth of sidewalks.
Larry, you want to come up to the table? By Jim? There you go. And then Kathy, do you want to come up here? You can sit in my seat if you want. Kathy, or you can, either way. All right, now that the air conditioner is off, Could you say that again, please?
What are the projects that we already have and budgeted for? And what would be these projects that we're looking to do that would expand that?
Okay, and I would kick that over to Kathy.
There we go, okay. So I think Larry's better positioned to talk about the sidewalks. I'll talk about the traffic safety. The traffic safety projects are identified by things that come through TSAC. There are a variety of projects. Some are crosswalk installation or enhancements. There are also outsourced studies that citizens have brought to our attention some unsafe situations. So in order to determine what the best solution for that is, we would request an outsourced study. And over the years, we've tried to just squeeze dollars out of the Public Works normal operations budget to take care of things just as best we can, but we're not able to meet all of the safety enhancements that are brought to our attention as requests from citizens, and then put through the process and recommended by TSAC.
So for the sidewalk maintenance currently, and James might be able to pinpoint exactly, I think we have $92,000 or $93,000 in kind of sidewalk maintenance or concrete services. We also take care of some like repairs after utility work or stuff with some other funds, so like street maintenance funds. But there is a line item that's, I believe, $92,000 or $93,000 that we try to tackle some different neighborhoods every year, kind of the worst of them every year, and so we'll tackle a few streets in different areas of town just to try to get the worst of the sidewalk. But typically we use it for repair for those areas, and so this additional, we would like to fill some of those gaps, so we created this sidewalk dashboard kind of to show where all those missing gaps were. We'd like to fill in some of those. It wouldn't go a long way, right? But it would help to fill in those gaps, and so mostly we'd like to use that to start filling in those smaller gaps and then continue what's in the budget for repair work as much as possible.
And I can also speak just briefly to at least the engineering, training, and travel requests. Our staff has increased to 11 positions very quickly over the past few years, and we have some new young folks that are very enthusiastic and looking to get them involved in more training and travel than just the free webinars that pop up. So we currently have somewhere between $9,000 and $10,000 for training and travel for 11 positions. So we're requesting some supplemental to that so that we can really go, so folks, everyone in the department can take advantage of some conferences and things that are a little more substantial than what we've been able to achieve.
And City Secretary, you want to offer an explanation of the travel and training request?
Yes, the travel and training request was for, as Ms. Hayward mentioned, a lot of the registrations are gone up. Travel itself has gone up. But also with our department, the city secretary and deputy, we go through the city secretary certification program, and we must be certified every 5 years. Within those 5 years, we have to take 8 seminars and additional homework credits, which would be webinars and such. And with those having to be part of our certification and kind of mandatory for us, the increase was to help tackle some of those seminars that have gone up, the travel and training increase.
All right, and I've highlighted on the screen the 4 that were mentioned. So the sidewalk repair, traffic safety project, and the travel and training for the city secretary and for the engineering department. Did that answer all of your questions? Did that answer questions for the entire council? Any other items below the cut line? And then Laserfish to cloud. Oh, yeah. So Jack, we don't know what the cost of that is? Is it
And everyone,
$100,000, $10,000?
do we have a kind of ballpark figure of what that could be?
You can jump right up, it doesn't matter. You can jump up to the table.
The latest guesstimate that we had from the vendor, but hadn't heard back yet from the manufacturer, was about $18,000. $18,000. But that's a guess.
Steve, if there's no other questions, we can take a good break here. Let's say about
Yes, sir.
10-minute break.
Well,
You're almost,
do you want to pick this discussion up after because
Af-
staff would like direction on whether these get added or not? And how
Yes.
we adjust?
okay, we'll do that.
Do you want to do that now or after the break? We can
Well,
take a
After the
break.
break.
Okay, yeah. How
Okay.
long, Mayor?
we'll take a 10-minute break.
Okay.
If we can take our seats so we can get started. All right, we're resuming our meeting, our budget meeting for 2025, 2026. All right, we're back online. Steve?
Thank you, Mayor. I will offer one clarification note. So Jack was able to confirm during the break on the laserfish, moving that. That item is no longer necessary, so we can take the highlight off of that one because we are able to address the security issue with our current on-premises, yeah, that's fine, on-premises facilities rather than going to the cloud. So that one is good. So there are four items that are on the table. And are there any others by any other council members that maybe want to discuss below the cut line? Now, I will say this. In our 5-year projection, we do have a little bit of wiggle room above. So if you'll remember on the slides, you go up to the no, don't do that. Stop it. This never cooperates in this format, so my apologies. Okay. So looking at the 5-year forecast, you can see we're at 27% for the fund balance for this year, or for what we're projecting for 25, 26 next fiscal year. So that's a little bit above. It's about $400,000 above our 26% policy amount that we want to keep. I would say, though, if you intend to use that money to move something above the cut line up, it's for one-time expense only. That's not a repeating revenue, and I highly advise against adding something that has an ongoing cost associated with that. So take, for example, if you wanted to spend that money on the traffic safety projects, then it's only for 1 year. It's not for ongoing purposes, adding it into the base budget. So we do have that. It's roughly the equivalent of $400,000, but it would be on a one-time basis. So between those two, it's $415,000. James, what's our probably more exact number? $412. Okay, so we were leaving that in there as a little bit of a buffer for comfort purposes to make me feel better about the direction we're heading, and it's always nice to have a little bit of buffer. But if we want to move up those two items, it would accommodate those two items. The other two are ongoing. I wouldn't necessarily recommend using that money for that, but either pulling out an ongoing cost or increasing the tax rate or some other fee by an equivalent amount.
So for clarity, the 400 and plus, 412, if we look at anything below the cut line, it should not have an annual reoccurring cost for us to consider. Am I correct?
Yes, so the way these were proposed, those two, take streets and engineering, lines 37, the two top highlighted. Those are proposed to be ongoing. I would say if you added $415,500 for those two items into the budget, it's a one-time add. It's considered a one-time add. And see how it's got these annual recurrings out here? It would not be built into their base to occur year after year.
Where if you look at the city secretaries replacing the bulletin board, that is a one-time cost. That's it. Doesn't cost us anymore.
Which 54? So let me go down to 54. Yes, so city secretary bulletin boards is a one-time cost.
And the one below that on the fire? E-Rescue 2 replacement program. That's also a one-time cost. Number 56. So those are the items that council might want to consider moving.
The bulletin boards, I'm sorry, I apologize, Mayor, I'm the step behind. The fire rescue tool, 80,000?
80,000, so.
Okay,
No, I just mentioned that for clarity for the council,
yes, sir.
okay?
Yeah, so I would say, without raising the tax rate above the no new revenue rate, then you've got roughly 412,000 to spend. So you can mix and match it however you want.
Question.
Yes, sir.
What about the ditches that the city's responsible for in the neighborhoods?
So we're going to have a presentation later on the drainage fund. So that's kind of maintained through the drainage fund. It's separate from the general fund, and you're going to see a presentation on that.
Gotcha.
Yes, sir.
So basically what you're saying is if we did the traffic safety and the sidewalks as a one-time thing, we could do that. But preferably that's not the way we should go because it should be an ongoing cost, recurring cost. I can't think.
That's the way it was proposed.
Okay,
yes.
so the way it's proposed, so that would almost mean if we wanted to cover those, we would have to increase the tax rate?
If you wanted to keep it as an ongoing, yes, to add
Because my concern is
400,000, I would
if
recommend
it's
raising tax rate.
putting in sidewalks where they need to be for safety purposes, and then some of these other things where they're saying some of these are some dangerous situations, why wouldn't we want to take care of those to make it safe for the folks in the city?
I mean, yes, that's a policy decision to increase the funding on an ongoing basis to achieve those objectives, yes. And the only thing I would maybe say a little differently on the sidewalks is a lot of it is repair as well. So we got, I got a picture the other day of a sidewalk that's doing this, and we'll have to go in and repair that. I've got another one where a tree is pushing it up and it's breaking it up, so we got to go repair it. So that's what that money goes to
Well,
also.
Larry, he was explaining to me that the
Yes,
money that's in there is should be more for repair. And this one is more for putting in new sidewalks in areas that need to be, correct?
I think it would be for both. I think it would be for both, yes.
Because even if
It's going to depend year on year, right? So if we don't have a bunch.
Yeah, and I'm just thinking, like, even those that are, slanted tree branch, that kind of thing, if someone's in a wheelchair or on a scooter, it's unsafe. And then they
Yes, ma'am.
have some issues. 'Cause to me, safety is key, in my opinion.
But to kind of to the heart of your question, if we added, $5,000 or something for travel, does that have a big impact on
No.
on a $53 million general fund? No. But does $400,000 have, on an ongoing basis, have an impact on it? I would say yes, and you should accompany that with a revenue source.
Okay.
Some sort of revenue source.
So then if we were to, this training, I know it looks like it's what, maybe 21,000 if you did city secretary and engineering?
If that's the priority of the council, then we can.
I don't know.
We can move
I
that
just
up. Yes.
know that when you're talking about training and then when you talk about things that you can actually go to that gives you an in-depth look as opposed to like a lot of the free ones don't always, they give you something, then you don't get all of it. And if it is to make sure that our staff is certified and trained the way they need to make sure they're keeping up, why wouldn't we want them going to training? Those are just my two takes, but I don't know what the rest of council is. I'm just the one person.
Yes, ma'am. So we've got oh gosh. Mouse. Apologies, y'all. So there is, oh, shit, sorry.
And I'll even say, the mayor saying the two things that are not reoccurring, I'm fine with putting that in our one-time use of, we have the money.
I'm sorry, could you
So
tell me which two?
The two that, the anything that doesn't have a dash over there.
Okay, so the
But I
increased
know
travel
the
and
mayor
training
was
for city
talking about-
secretary.
Well, no, he was saying the e-rescue tool program and
Yes,
replacing bulletin boards. That could go into the buffer that you were talking about.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then the others would have to have a funding source.
That's what I would recommend. Anything that's a one-time, I think we're good up to $412,000. I would be comfortable going up to the 415 if you decided to do both of those first two items on a one-year basis. Anything beyond that, we probably should start talking about, if it's significant dollars, talking about raising the tax rate or increasing a fee somewhere.
Is there any others that you would consider moving up besides the e-rescue and the bulletin board?
If you're asking me,
Yes,
I would
I'm
say
asking you.
my recommendation is in priority order. So you can go straight down the list, and
Okay.
those would be my recommendations.
So we go down the list, we have,
You'd have to skip a while to get down to the non-recurrings. But yes, the first non-recurring would be the R1900 Cradle Point and
the lights. Yeah, it'd be
the
park and
lights and things
recreation.
that- yes.
I just think e-rescue is more important than the lights. I'm not sure why the priority list is, well, my priority list is different than this one. That's
Yes, sir.
So
And,
council.
and that, like I say, at the end of the day, this is up to the council. It's your budget to adopt ultimately, and if as a body you decide to change this, that's entirely within your prerogative.
I do recommend that the city secretary's bulletin board, we're talking about $3,000. I think we should move that. The cost is minimal. I agree with the e-rescue tool replacement program.
But if we go,
Council, any others that you want to move up besides those two?
see, for me, if I'm going priority and we do it as a one-time thing, then I think streets and traffic safety projects. I know, but Steve said we could do it as a one-time, this time. But if it's reoccurring and we want to make it reoccurring, then we would have to do a funding source.
And it would come back next year as a supplemental request on an ongoing basis again.
So then.
So you'd see it again next
So
year.
then we need to just do this, if it were, we just have to do that. So
I would
okay.
say that $315,000 would knock out a couple of projects. I mean, there's a list of projects, and that 315 knocks them out. And then the assumption would be that a new list gets generated each year. So, but this does address a specific list that has gone to TSAC and been recommended.
Okay.
And, so based on, Mayor, your question and my recommendation is the prioritization. I don't disagree with you, $3,000 is not a lot of money. If you were to go down, I would recommend those two projects or some amount of those projects, the sidewalk related and the street safety related. And if y'all decided that the piece of equipment for the fire department was a priority, maybe moving that in and reducing one of those other two, but all of them be on a one-time basis.
I got
Unless-
another question.
Sir?
What's the capacity of the different departments to add those efforts? So for example, Larry, can you easily increase or add another $100,000 worth of sidewalk work without?
So each department was given a target budget for their non-personnel and non-capital items. And within that target, they allocated things out to do their operations. So these supplemental requests, they represent things that are above and beyond that. So they would have to reprioritize what they're doing to absorb this into their budget. So it'd mean they wouldn't do something else to do that. And they've already kind of gone through that process as departments and made those decisions, and now they decided to do a supplemental request to get that additional funding.
Yeah, but, I'm sorry, just to maybe hearing from the side, if the question is, can Public Works take this $100,000 and get it spent on sidewalks despite not getting the personnel that they asked for as well? I think in this case, they can. Can they easily do it? It's going to be more work, right? I mean, it's going to be tough, but part of this will contract out. We'll kind of go it that way. So yeah, if they get the funding for the sidewalks, if the funding is for the TSAC improvements, we can get those done with the staff that we'll have. Just to be clear, it's not like they're not already busy. We're going to go and they're going to be busier, but yeah, we can do it.
But
We
that's
understand
what
this
I'm
stuff is
getting
important.
I apologize
Yeah.
if I missed that part.
But we're going to select projects, frankly, let me say this, that may affect which sidewalk projects we pick, right? We may do a bigger, longer section, which is more easy for us to do and efficient, than a bunch of little small ones, right? That's the effect. But yeah, we can do the sidewalks, we can do the
But
TSAC safety stuff.
if we had
Yeah.
$100,000 a year to the sidewalk budget, do we need another person to?
Yeah, I mean, I think what
This is
you'll,
what I'm trying to
what
get
you'll
at.
get from us, if we keep getting that funded, is you'll keep seeing these personnel costs asked for. Because, right, the issue that Public Works Streets has, for example, and that's who handles the sidewalk stuff, is every year we are accepting new subdivisions. So every year they pick up new streets and new sidewalks that they have to maintain, and we're not adding personnel to do it. And so they can absorb, they can kind of shift stuff around, they can absorb, and it sort of helps. The other thing that kind of helps, and this is a little bit, is, right, you'll see the proposal on the drainage fund to include a floodplain administrator. If council goes up on the fee and we fund that floodplain administrator, that work currently is being done as they can between Public Works and Engineering, so it adds a bit of capacity back, right? So that's how this works, yeah, but you're right, at some point, Public Works is gonna go, dude, we are toast, we are done, we burnt people out, I can't keep doing it, and we'll see those numbers fall off. But this year, we can.
Okay.
Well, and
that's exactly what I'm trying to get at is, what other costs are we going to have to incur over a longer period?
And I did miss that, what you were asking there. I would say, though, we would still like to have the money because we can contract those out, right? Even some of those smaller jobs that are sidewalk, even though our staff might not be doing it, we could hire somebody to do it, whether it costs more, costs less. It's going to be similar in terms of the amount of how much it costs. So yeah, I would still want to put the money in there, even if we didn't have the staff, and we could contract it out. All right, other discussion. So the total amount, if you were to add all of these up, is $524,000. So I guess what I'm looking for is direction from the council. If there are items to be moved up, which ones and how much? But I don't think I'm hearing differently that there should be any ongoing costs move up at this point in time. And correct me if I'm misinterpreting that. Good, okay.
Well, you're saying that all these are for a one-time deal, correct?
So yes, so we've got a little bit of money above what our policy minimum is for the reserve amount, the fund balance amount in the general fund, which is 26%. So we're actually landing at 27%. So we've got a little bit more, so $400,000 more that we could budget for, but it's a one-time revenue source only. It is not ongoing. So. Gotcha. We would not want to, say, add 3 positions because you're not going to have the money the next year, right? So my recommendation is that you pick, if in the absence of increasing revenues somehow, i.e. increasing the tax rate beyond what is already proposed,
right,
then you do not add ongoing. If you want to talk about adding ongoing, that's perfectly appropriate and okay. We just would need to discuss an accompanying revenue source to support that ongoing cost.
Gotcha.
So if we have the 412, and you're saying this is 520, we're still short, even if we do a one-time occurrence. So then maybe do we end up shaving some off to say, hey, we'll give this much for sidewalks, this much for the road projects, this much. We know that the e-tool, if that's what we decide to do, has to be paid upfront. And then maybe shave a little off of off the training budgets to make sure we're not going over that if we do this as a one-time occurrence.
Well, the training is ongoing. It's not a lot of money.
Right.
But it is an ongoing cost. My recommendation would be to do the other one-time things first, really, before the training, but,
Okay, so then,
because you can shave the sidewalks in the TSAC projects. You can't shave the tool, right? It's 80
no,
grand.
I know
It
you can't
costs
shave
80
the tool.
grand.
It's 80,000, the bulletin boards, 3,000.
Cost 3 grand. Yeah, I mean, those cost what they cost.
They cost what they cost. I get that.
Yes, ma'am.
Because for me, my biggest thing is just safety for the residents. And if these are projects that they've deemed that needs to be done, I mean, granted, it is below the cut line, but and some of them seem to be ones that are not, especially for the TSAT, are saying they've been deemed unsafe.
Yes, ma'am. These have been through the Traffic Safety Advisory Committee, and they're deemed unsafe situations, and that's why they've recommended for us to fund those.
All seem to be quiet today.
Well, let's do that. Let me reverse this because I just messed up the amount. So James is going to pull up the actual supplemental request sheets so y'all can see the detail associated with those.
So for the traffic safety item, this was the cost breakdown proposed. Crosswalk installation and enhancements, 184,000. Traffic calming and signage striping, 41,000. Outsourced studies, 90,000. So this was the submission detail provided by engineering on the original, which the city manager's office looked over and used to prioritize the projects.
Okay, I know it's a little small, but can you guys see this? Here, apologies. Here, let's go down. So this is probably the key part here. And there's attached, is everybody done looking at this? I can move to the summary of projects? Is that, okay. James, how do I get to the attachment from this? Is there a link?
Oh my gosh.
It doesn't like this.
Particular. Oh, it's right here.
Okay, good. All right. So here is the listing of projects that makes up that. Oh, one too many, that 315,000, so. Little small, but there's Savannah crosswalks for 46,000, Homestead Parkway crosswalks for 58,000, and then there's some traffic calming in Alsatian Way, and crosswalk enhancements in Belmont, anticipated crosswalk requests, so that, I guess that would be similar to Savannah and some other places. And then a specialty study for like the Borgfeld Road type, and then speed humps that we are anticipated. So some of that stuff, kind of the second half of the list, is stuff that we anticipate would happen. The top are items that have been to TSAC and been recommended by TSAC.
Hey, Steve?
Yes, sir.
So which one are you talking about for Savannah? I just remember us voting on several projects off of Savannah, and they're always talking about traffic and student safety.
So the Savannah project is, you may recall where Savannah crosses Deeds Creek, there's not a sidewalk on the south side of the road, and you can't fit one in over the bridge. So kids who live on the south side of Savannah, in that first block just west of Deeds Creek, there's not a crosswalk for them to get across Savannah and then up all the way to go to walk to Pascal. And so what this would be is to create sort of a crosswalk area right there that has sort of a safe landing area in the middle of the road so they can cross one lane of traffic and wait, cross the other lane of traffic when it's clear. That's what the Savannah crosswalk is, or the Savannah project.
With projects being planned on that opposite side, aren't there projects being planned over there?
So
don't we talk about, I think we just voted on something over there, right? Some housing, R2, R4.
Right, so what I think you're talking about is the housing located south of the existing residential neighborhood, right? So if that's built, then those kids theoretically may go to Pascal as well, so you would have more kids kind of walking up from the south who would experience this problem, right? So if that stuff gets built, there are more kids trying to get that way.
Well, yeah, that's what I'm saying. So if you're developing part of that, something down Savannah, and you have this crosswalk issue and student safety and walking issue, I don't know what else is. I don't
I'm
know.
sorry,
It
I
just
missed your
seems like-
last comment. What did you?
It just seems like that should be on there based upon student safety and walking.
Which is why staff went to TSAC, prioritized, and staff put forward that as a request. Don't disagree with you.
So if I'm hearing you correctly, you're saying that this 46,500 should be in?
That's my personal viewpoint, yes.
Okay, yes, sir. Okay.
I'm looking at number 6, the study. We're paying $70,000 just for the study regarding the sidewalk on the other side where there is no residential.
Yeah, and I think this one comes from an issue that we had, I guess Brian wants to explain it.
I mean, if the students are coming down from Samuel Clemens and going down the street, I mean, they're going to be on the north side of that Elbell Road.
So the study 6, the complex specialty study, like the Borgfeld type, is that what you're asking about, Councilman?
Yeah, I mean, the Bornfeld Road actually starts on the other side of 3009. Are we looking at that sidewalk? I thought there was a sidewalk already there.
No, let me, if I can, let me show you. Yeah, so, well, no, this one is because of, it's the Taekwondo karate place over next to the old animal adoption center. So the situation you've got, and it's similar to the Savannah issue, right, is that you've got kids who are going to the elementary school over here who are trying to get to the jiu-jitsu place here.
Okay.
And again, they have the same problem in terms of a lack of sidewalk on the south side, right? So theoretically, I guess these kids, unlike probably me when I was that age and I just walked where I wasn't supposed to walk, right? They're walking down the sidewalk. And then the problem that we're hearing from people is they get down here, those kids don't want to walk all the way down to the intersection and then use the sidewalk and come back. And so they are crossing Borgfeld. So in a way, I'd relate it to the Savannah issue. It's a similar kind of thing, right? And so the study, and this is why it's fairly expensive, is it's a tricky sort of situation. There's a lot to look at, is what is the solution to be able to get them there? Now, is it building a sidewalk with the limited funds we have and the sidewalk and everything? And again, the issue is when we get to the bridge, can you fit a sidewalk in or not? And then down. And so that's why the study is so expensive. And so what kind of TSAC did, and Kathy can correct me, is with the supplemental request on it is, you know, we have these studies, these things that we've been asked to look at that have been hanging out there that we want to fund. But next TSAC meeting, next week, they may walk in with somebody else with another one, and our answer is going to be, well, we don't have money for that study. We got to wait a whole year to come back. So part of what this was to deal with the fixes that we already said we need to do, because there's no point keep studying things if we can't implement. So it's to do the implementation. It's to have money for some of the more studies. It's have some additional money beyond the current project so that if somebody comes in 3 months from now, we do a study, 5 months from now, we say, yeah, we need to fix it. We have the money is why we ask for sort of the additional funds to be able to do that so that we're not having these long waits like the Savannah thing of a couple years to do it. So that's what that one was. It's probably confusing, Mayor. You think the high school, but it's actually the situation from the elementary, or the school and the Taekwondo.
I just got to know, because I live down there, what is the enhancement for Belmont Parkway? I know the little man keeps getting run over all the time.
Same person? Keeps getting
Same
run
little
over?
man, I don't know if it's the same person running him over, but it's the same little man in the road that keeps getting knocked down, and people try to stick him back up, and
I believe it's a similar, go ahead, Kathy, it's a crosswalk.
not that I'm...
Yeah, so what we get a lot of times are there are existing crosswalks, and so there are a couple in Belmont, on Belmont Parkway and on Triple Crown, I think. And so for this one, it's not specifically the Belmont Park crosswalk enhancements, it's crosswalk enhancements at places like those. And it would be, maybe there is a crosswalk there, but we need some better advanced warning with maybe some solar-powered LED lights to sort of enhance the crosswalk, enhance the safety of the crosswalk. So it's, we used Belmont as a typical of what that would fund, those sorts of enhancements as they come up.
Yeah, I guess the little man works, somebody runs him over.
I'm gonna have to drive out there and look now to make sure I understand. Any other questions on this before I flip back over to the list? Okay.
So when I see that it's all, this list is mainly getting kids from one place to another, and we want our kids to be safe on the road, so why not take care of what we need to instead of keep pushing, kicking the can down the road because we're not being able to, we don't have the funding, and we just keep going, oh yeah, we'll do it, and then we just never get to it. I think we got to stop doing that, in my opinion.
Well, I think this is a good opportunity to be able to at least get caught up on that list that you see. And as you can see, I mean, it's at the top of the list of below the cut line, and it goes along with, you know, it's a safety item at the end of the day, but it's street maintenance and repair ultimately as well. So it fits into number 2 priority.
And quality of life.
And well, in terms of the strategic plan, yes, quality of life, safe community. Two goals. All right, So is there maybe a recommendation from the council, or does anybody want to put forward a recommendation and to give staff direction on how to move forward?
Well, I'm for the repair of the streets, the sidewalks, absolutely. I mean, the safety is a big part of it, especially when kids are involved. So the sidewalk repairs, yes, or implementing a sidewalk. I'm all for that, at the top of the list.
Okay.
I'm in support of the sidewalks also.
Also, I don't know if anyone else, the traffic safety projects, I think we need to look at those and maybe look at trying to take care of those so we're not pushing them down the road.
Okay. So working within the kind of the amount of money we have for one time. So when you say that, you're saying we would do that next year and then consider another supplemental request the following year.
So if we have it, and if no one has the appetite, which I know a lot of us probably don't, of raising the tax rate 1 penny. So if we're not having the appetite for 1 penny to take care of these as a recurring, but if they're gonna constantly be recurring and be issues of safety, maybe this year we do the one time, and then maybe next year, I guess we're looking at, maybe we have to raise the tax rate so that we can make sure that the people in the city of Schertz are safe. I mean, because when I start looking at things that keep in the city, the residents and the kids having some safety issues and versing the city from school or different places, I'm almost willing to say, if it's going to be recurring, we may need to have that tough conversation. But I do know that I think we need to start making sure that we deal with safety issues, because that's also, as you say, one is safety, number two is quality of life. It meets the markers of a couple of things in our strategic plan that we need to kind of deal with and quit kicking the can down the road, because we're trying to be physically conservative, but at the same time, when we're being physically conservative, are we actually doing right by our residents by saying, hey, we're not going to increase your tax rate, but oh, by the way, we just can't do these projects, and we keep doing that. At some point, we're going to be held accountable, or people are going to are coming in and say, hey, why aren't these sidewalks done, and why isn't this done? Because you're having accidents or something beyond that.
So I've heard those two items. Is that it, or are there others?
Stick with the priorities.
Okay.
I also agree as far as, I mean, if we have to increase it by I don't know, a quarter of a penny, half a penny, the tax rate, in order to implement all these safeties for our residents out in the streets, and repair more streets and repair more sidewalks, I'm all for it. Not only that, though, but to keep up with the inflation. Inflation goes up every year, and we need to keep our first responders up to par. I don't want the other cities to be paying their first responders more than ours. So I'm all for that.
Then we ought to be paying our first responders and everybody else the 1% COLA.
Our hope is that
there's a lot of different arguments here in the first 5 or 10 priorities. I get that 100%.
Yes.
I'm just throwing that out.
And I acknowledge completely that by not doing a COLA, we are effectively slipping from the market. We're just in an untenuous situation right now where the no new revenue rate, which is technically keeping the same tax rate by definition of the state of Texas at 5165 is our, I mean, that's where we're at. Now, if we want to go above that to the somewhere in between or closer to the voter-approved rate, then, that's up for discussion. In this case, it would be about 3/4 of a penny to be able to keep these in ongoing.
So let's say if we pull in COLA, because every time we slip backwards from market rate, we always end up behind, and we did that big study, gave everybody what they needed to keep them at market. So if we brought in COLA and did just the safety things, the streets and the engineering, would that end up being a whole penny more, so that's in between the no new revenue rate and the voter approved rate?
Gosh, I'm not sure what I did there. So it'd be 727,000. So it would be, if we're talking about 575,000 or so I think that was the dollar amount. You're a little above that. So probably a little above a penny.
So 1 1/4, 1 1/2. I mean, because I looked at that, but it's just one of those where I was like, okay, it seems like nobody was mentioning it. But it's one where we spent a lot of money to do just that. And then we don't need to lose people because they see something. As much as everyone goes, oh, people don't leave. Yeah, they leave for a little bit of money. And if we've got the right people in place and they want to be here. Because if we don't do it this year, then we got to do it again next year, and then it costs us a lot more to do it next year.
I would say that, and I'll kind of steer it back to 2 years ago, or a year and a half ago, we had this discussion or really 2 years ago, the book that we all read, Daniel Pink's Drive, and what motivates folks, and pay, really, we need to pay enough to take the issue of pay off the table. We don't have to be at the top of the market. We don't have to be, but we definitely don't want to be at the bottom of the market where it's always an issue that's on the table. So we're trying our best to stay in that range. Conceivably, we should be going up a little bit more, but I completely understand the constraints that we're under. That's why I've proposed the no new revenue rate, because I don't want to contradict myself here, but we don't know what's going to happen next year with the disabled veterans homestead exemption. It is straining our finances right now considerably, causing us to go up on the rate, increase the actual tax rate itself, just to maintain the revenue that we got last year. Yes.
A rate of 5,188 would be an additional $726,000 and be effectively a 2.4% increase on the tax rate.
Right. Yes, ma'am. So I acknowledge the constraints we're under. There's an uncertainty for the future that, we've got projections, but we just don't know where this is headed.
One, we don't know where it's heading, and then we have to wait a whole nother, budget cycle. Yeah, thank you. Before we even know what they're going to come back and do with the disabled veteran thing. Because if we were, which I agree with the disabled veteran, so I put that out there. I agree with what the state is doing. But the state needs to at least give us, in my opinion, at least 75% of that back, because that sticks us in the hole, and then they get mad when you're raising your tax rate because we don't have the money. Because if we had the money from the disabled veterans, or then they gave us 75%, we would not be having this conversation about what to do and how to do things.
I 100% agree with you.
And it's 17%, and with all the money that they took in, and they can't possibly go more than $9 million, it boggles my mind. I'm speaking to the choir, but it boggles my mind.
And if I may, we know next year we're going to get less because they opened it up to 4
More.
different counties.
It'll be less than
So it'll be
17%.
less, and.
Because
you
I
know,
think they had 4 or 5 counties that they
They
opened it
bracketed
to.
it
And
to
they
4
bracketed it
counties,
into
yes.
there when we did the legislative update. So,
Yes.
yes, there's gonna be a lot of cities that we won't probably even get 600,000.
That's correct.
But you're 100% correct. If the state would live up to the funding part of what it's effectively an unfunded mandate that affects about 10 to 12 cities in the state, and some others to a lesser degree, but really, really hard on us in Cibolo and the universal cities, the ones that are right around bases. We get hit the hardest. It's an unintended consequence of a program that otherwise is a noble program that probably has 1% effect or less impact on the entire state. It just happens to affect now 23% of all of our homesteads. So it's concentrated on small cities like us. And yes, it has the effect that you're talking about, where it puts considerable strain on our general fund. And we would be in the position you saw on the slide. We'd be in the position to lower our tax rate almost 9 cents if we wanted to stay where we are, or taking the position that the level of service that we are providing our residents right now and businesses is suppressed by 9 cents. It's
our
one or the other or
legislatures-
somewhere in between.
And our legislators are trying to make the cities look like the bad guys in that we're not supporting them, when it's just the opposite. Again, those of us that have been up there and listened to their guidance to the public, which is go to the cities, go to the counties, make them lower their taxes. It's just disheartening. We need to have the city of Schertz, the city of Cibolo, Guadalupe County, campaign to the legislators to, hey, come on, live up to what we had a constitutional amendment for.
I will submit too, and we'll have to wait a couple of months to really analyze this, but my suspicion is a lot of cities around the state, in anticipation of what you mentioned about the SB 6 that's in the special session, to lower the amount of growth above the no new revenue rate to 2.5%. A lot of cities are going ahead and going up the 3.5 this year to make sure that they don't get squished next year. So like I said, the final analysis will come two or 3 months from now, but that's my suspicion that this is where we're headed. And there was one city that had a budget workshop yesterday, and they're headed in that direction to max out to go to their voter approved rate.
There's a lot of cities that are going to that no new revenue rate, that no
The voter approved rate.
voter approved rate because of this special session, and then looking at
Yes.
how it affects us, and they don't understand inflation rate even with things that we have to do. And then there's a law that puts in place that you can't tell someone to take less money in a downturn, or we don't have the money to fund it. You either end up laying people off, and that is not what a lot of cities want to do. And I don't think that they understand that, enforce that, but we have been working hard. I can tell everyone, we've had more elected official engagement at the state than we've ever had before, but some of them just still don't hear it. They hear it from other entities that are pushing things that are not good for cities. And no matter how much we do it, sometimes they're listening to those other associations and entities that are not what is best for Texans and the residents. So.
Additional 1.88, or no? That would be the new 0.5188?
Yeah, 0.5188 would bring additional $726,000 into the proposed budget on the screen and be a 2.4% increase effectively on the tax rate.
As opposed to 0.5065? 5064.
And for the final tax rate adoption, it is a supermajority. 5 of 7 would have to vote aye. On the preliminary, it wouldn't affect setting a preliminary maximum, but on the final vote, it would.
So the 5064 is the no new revenue rate. That would be not a tax increase. And the 5188 is in between the no new revenue rate and the voter approved rate. It would be a tax rate increase of 1.24 cents.
And just to be clear, when we set the preliminary rate, it cannot go higher, but it can go lower.
Yes, sir.
That's correct.
Correct.
In the packet, staff has put in the packet and the resolution the voter approval rate of 5350 just for consideration purposes. As again, the original budget that's submitted was funded at the no new revenue rate. We have options to go with the current rate, but if council would like to set a preliminary maximum that they, other than the voter approved rate, they can do so in the meeting with the motion.
Right. So it's to address exactly what you just said, Mayor, to give y'all the option. You don't have to, it gives you the option.
So, Mr. Williams, so how do
Yes,
we
sir.
fix this as far as Councilman Brown stated that the legislators at the state level are saying that, they're blaming it on us. We need to do this, we need to do that. What can we do as a city to counteract this, to make this work for our city? I mean, do we have to contact other cities and push back on the state legislators? What can we do?
I'm glad you asked that, Councilman. Yes, what you just said, as well as working through, we're a member of Texas Municipal League, and that is another organization that's under attack by our state legislators. They are the organization that helps us cull through this last session that just closed, and now we're in a special session. There were 9,000 bills. So that's a lot to read because some of these bills are pretty long. So what TML does is they help cull it down to the ones that affect cities, right? So maybe Mayor Pro Tem Hayward can help me on this one, how many that is, but it's somewhere in the neighborhood of 2,500 or 3,000 bills that just affect cities, and then narrowing that down even further to ones we should support, stay neutral, oppose. And so they help us organize ourselves to be a part of the process and do exactly what you just said. Go and talk to our legislators. Tell them how things impact us. One of the initiatives that I implemented 2 years ago now was a legislative affairs component to what we do and kind of formalizing that. That was the public affairs director, Linda Klepper, took that on in the interim before this last session, and we went out, we met with the staff members of these elected officials, as well as met with the elected officials. When the session came around, we again met with the elected officials. There are also efforts by the Northeast Partnership to get together and collectively the mayors and the council, some of the council members, to go and speak to our elected body, our elected representation at the state capitol. So yes, we're trying very, very hard to protect the interests and protect local control for cities and for ourselves. At the state level, we're doing all that we can. We've had some successes, but we've also not had some successes because what we're up against is it's pretty stout, it's pretty strong. But effectively it does what's been described. It kind of erodes our local control and our ability to control our own destiny. I'll end with this. The biggest issue for us, the most dominant issue at the state level, is the disabled veterans homestead exemption. Like I said, it's a noble program that originally the state said, you're going to give this, and if you're affected more than 1%, we will give you 98% back of what you lost. They have never done that. They've never funded it to a level to do that, and it's shrinking every year for purposes because the amount of exemptions have grown, the amount of cities that are in the program has grown. So it is an unfunded mandate that is the albatross for us. It's the elephant in the room for a city like ours. And we poured almost all of our legislative efforts outside of Mayor Pro Tem Hayward, who was up there probably 40 hours a week working on a plethora of issues. But as a staff, we poured a lot of our effort and time into getting the help that the state promised and did not deliver on, and is not delivering on, in my opinion. And so it is a battle. It is an ongoing and consistent battle that we need to stay committed to fighting.
Definitely challenging, like you stated. I don't believe it's impossible. We definitely need to do something different or try harder, but we need to battle this for our residents, for the city of Schertz. We need to do that.
And we are committed to doing that, and we will continue to do it. And like I said, we've had some victories, but there are issues where we're still losing the battle. Unfortunately, I don't want to step too far out on a limb here. The opposition that we face in terms of like not necessarily disabled veterans homestead exemption, but things that are related to land development. We're up against a mountain of money from the developers and those who have an interest in making the maximum lot size that we can have in the city of Schertz 4,000 square feet. And even before that, a piece of legislation, I think it was 1,800 square feet, right? It would be the most square footage we could require in the city of Schertz. Now, if a developer decided to build something bigger, they could, but it's not up to the locality to say, you know what, I know these are all 9,600 square foot lots, but right next to us, you can build a bunch of 1,800 square foot lots with homes that barely fit on that 1,800 square foot. So we are fighting as the city of Schertz with our budget to do everything we need to do against millions and millions of dollars from developers and other people who are interested in the state legislature.
Steve, may I say something?
Yes, ma'am.
So if you're getting an email called TML Exchange, open it up. It comes out on Fridays. It is telling you all the bills that are out there. It summarizes it. It tells you who you can contact. That is the best way to do it by far, is reading those. I can tell you that at the state level, they really want to hear from elected officials, not so much as staff, but they don't mind if staff is there to kind of help. And I will typically tell you that in the Senate, whatever typically is presented to them in a bill, they will pass it the way it is. They typically don't add amendments. Even if you go testify in the Senate, sometimes they will try to eviscerate you. So a lot of times we have to do things with writing letters and calling people. And so we have groups of people that we tell them to make sure that you are in connection with your state rep, your state senator. Make sure you have their phone numbers or talking to their chief of staffs to let them know what's going on and to tell your story, not necessarily based on emotion. You have to give them data and facts because emotion doesn't necessarily work for them. So I would say do that. TML is an organization that it is nonstop, and we are always on top of everything and focusing on it. And your part is to just send an email, make a phone call to Senator Campbell, Representative Schoolcraft, Representative Isaac, Representative Lujan. And I can tell you that with the the disabled veteran, Representative Lujan was trying to carry that load, but it did not make it out of his committee because nobody has the appetite. They just want to be able to say, hey, we gave disabled veterans this, but they're not looking at why they need to fund it because a lot of them up there don't know how cities operate, to be honest, and they think that cities are bad, and we are bad people, and as local electeds, we're the ones that are ripping the residents a new one in their minds. So we have a tough battle to fight.
Yes.
And
right.
another perspective, when I was up there, we were in Senator Campbell's office, and somebody asked her about what the state is doing about taxes. She goes, it's really tough for us legislators to really affect taxes. You need to get with your cities and your counties to make that happen.
All right, so I've heard two different things, that we could potentially spend the $412,000 with a one-time for the two safety-related, the sidewalks and the traffic safety-related items. Or I have also heard potentially adding the COLA and those two safety items in on an ongoing basis. Is that a correct? Okay, is that correct? Is there some direction for the staff? Yes, sir.
I won't be supportive of that myself, but I can see doing the safety projects, but I wouldn't be in line with having an automatic COLA every year and keep that as an ongoing cost.
Okay. And just to clarify, you're saying the safety items on a one-time basis and then ask again next year?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
I think the COLA should be evaluated each year and considered at that time.
Yes, sir. Councilman Brown?
I'm all for the COLA. It's our number one below the cut line. And again, you know, the discussion that we just had about where we got behind in the past and what it took to catch up again is a whole lot more than keeping up on an annual basis.
I apologize. The air conditioner kicked on when you said that. Could you say it again, maybe a little closer?
Okay, I'm sorry about that. I said I am going to support the COLA being included in there because just the long conversation we just had about getting behind in the past and how much more it costs us to catch up than it does to keep up on an annual basis.
Okay.
I'm in support of the COLA and the things that we need to catch up as far as the repairs. So I'm all for that, and I will support that because we took a lot to get where we were, and we had to put the $2 million in to catch everybody up to market rate. And if we keep saying no to COLA, we keep sliding back, and then we lose people. It's just the right thing to do.
Councilman Westbrook, or are you?
I'm in support of the sidewalk repair and the installation. I'm not sure about the 1% COLA, to be honest with you. I know we're talking about the cut list. When I was on the outside, we always talked about it. This is how the government budget always gets bigger. Nobody's ever able to say no to something. And so now we're going to add stuff on, we're going to raise rates. We're going to add stuff on next year, raise rates. We're going to add stuff on. At some point in time, it's incumbent upon the council to just say no to something. What am I comfortable saying no to? Sidewalk repairs and student safety and our 1% COLA for employees. You got to say no to something somewhere down the line. I'm just comfortable saying no to the COLA, but I'm not opposed to it. I won't vote against it. I'm not going to be a champion for it.
To be clear, what's being proposed is to maintain. It would be the council's decision to add that back in. So,
thank you.
yes, sir.
Steve, what I think we should do, this slide presentation is great. And if on the F, we can put the rate on there and put the 50.64 on there, then you add the 1% and put that rate in there, what it would be for visual purposes for the council when they set the preliminary rate. I think that would be very helpful to help them make that decision. And then on the side, they'll put down the projects that are not reoccurring expenses. I just see that the traffic safety projects, I see a reoccurring expense that I'm not comfortable with. I can see the sidewalks being repaired where you had $100,000 or $75,000, and we take care of some more of our sidewalks. But again, it's at one point we have to say the burden of the taxpayer trying to make up this difference, because on the average, the houses, the price basically stayed the same. Actually went down, but not for everyone.
Yes, or went down.
Yeah, but not for everyone. That's the whole thing. On the average, it did. And, because of the homestead exemption, people are turning 65. You add the military, that grew quite a bit also. So those are the things that we need to look at, and I think putting that information on there on your slide presentation, it will help the council make an informed decision.
You're saying for the future, or?
No, just for the slide presentation, because there's a lot they need to think about for
Yeah,
Tuesday's meeting.
and we're just showing it to you in
Yeah.
this format so y'all can see everything, because I've received
Right.
comments from council members that they don't get to see everything, so that's why we're talking about everything, and yes, we could probably put some tool out to the side like I've done here.
Yes.
And that's a little easier to follow, and so as we punch things in, we could do what you're saying.
Yeah, because I think after today, the council's going to go back, look at some of these sheets, and probably come out with a different outcome than what we're discussing right now. But it's on Tuesday that we set the preliminary rate, and that is a big task that, council, you need to look at these very carefully to determine exactly what direction we're going to go in. And there is a lot of obstacles, a lot of challenges. But on the bright side, we do have economic growth that is coming. We're not going to see it this year. We probably won't see it till in 2027 because of all the storefronts that will open up. There is a bright side coming up, and hopefully it will help us or maintain what we have because the exemptions continue to grow. So those are things that we need to consider for the future. But right now, the present is this budget. What is the tax rate that you are willing to pass for this city? I'll pass it on. Councilmember Guerrero, I think you were next.
Yes, definitely support for the sidewalk repairs. However, I do agree with our mayor. If you can put a slide presentation, just so we can visually see what we're up against and make a decision, make a better decision, seeing everything, visually seeing what we're up against. Yes, I'm for a presentation.
So I'm sorry, I'm a little unclear. What? So the tax rate, the items that y'all just discussed to move up, the tax rate would be right here, 5188. That would generate the amount of money needed to add in the street safety projects, the sidewalk projects, and the COLA. Those are the three things that were discussed. So it's 5188 is exactly what it would be. Is there more information needed than that?
I would add it after each one, like item 35, you put the rate there, and then if you add the streets, you put the rate there, and after, on the traffic safety, you put the rate. Each one, an increasing rate.
Not to be argumentative, Mayor, but if you did that, you would have to stay in that exact order. You wouldn't be able to pick one from down here because it's a recalculation. If I pick one from here, here, and here, I got to recalculate it. So it's not going to if you keep it in exactly that order and go in exactly that order, it would apply. But otherwise, if I say I've got 30 things, if I go down to 24, 17, and number 7, I got to recalculate it.
Right,
anyways.
no, but I think the main ones are the first 4. They're the first, 3 of the top 4 there are what the council's looking for. And I do understand some of these are non-reoccurring, but one of them is. If we can take the non-reoccurring, like the streets, take it out of there, and that's coming out of the 400 plus that we have extra.
Right, and we could consider it that way as
Yeah.
well. We could say, only do it once for the sidewalks and street-related items, and then the other is ongoing, or, but what has been proposed was to make it all ongoing.
Okay.
So, I mean, if there's a different proposal, please, we'll provide whatever information we need to.
But I thought you said these were just a one-time thing.
So the request for the the sidewalk repairs and installation and the traffic safety projects, they're requesting $100,000 for next year and then ongoing from then on. As well as for the traffic safety projects, they're asking for $15,000 $315,500 ongoing, okay? But we have this $412,000 over here that I recommended that we could take that 412 and we could do it once, but then you would have to consider a supplemental request the next year for the ongoing part. So it would not be ongoing. But the request made by staff is that it is ongoing. And then that was the recommendation that I heard from multiple council members. Now the salary stuff, that's ongoing. It's just ongoing. There's no other really option for that. Yes, ma'am.
I agree with just the one time
Okay.
for the safety. And I don't agree with the COLA.
Okay.
So if we get all the everything that all the, I want to know right now, hold on. Projects, and then we go for next year and see where we are at, then we can agree on maybe an increase in the taxes. That's where I'm at right now.
Okay. Okay.
So I think, I just heard, you're just going to go for the one time only and nothing on the COLA?
Yes. That's, I believe, yes, ma'am. Or, yes, sir, I think that's what she said.
Okay.
So you would, so in effect, you would be supportive of the no new revenue rate. Okay.
I just want to say we're up for a good discussion on Tuesday. Again, like Mr. Walter said, we need a 5-2 vote. And there was a time when we went through this budget thing 8 different times before we finally agreed and have 5 votes. So please take a closer look at these numbers over the weekend to make your point across so that we can come to a consensus as to which direction we're going.
And Mayor, you are absolutely correct. And what the mayor's alluding to is we will have multiple opportunities to talk about this. It's not just today. Yes.
I was just going to make one clarification point. So on Tuesday, it's just setting the maximum tax rate. So that does not need a supermajority vote. It just needs a majority vote. And then when we come back on the 19th to adopt the budget, that's when it would need the supermajority vote. So Tuesday really is just saying, yes, we want to set it at this level. We know we can go below it, but we can't go above it. So that's what the vote, or that's what the discussion for Tuesday will be.
Yeah, thank you for the clarification. Appreciate it.
I'm not sure if we have this one in the pile of options, but the streets and engineering one time out of the reserve, and then the 1% COLA on the ongoing, what the tax rate difference would be there.
So effectively, what you're proposing is what Councilman what Councilwoman Watson said, which was one time on the sidewalks and streets, and then, but you said no on the COLA. No on the COLA.
And
So the only difference,
and I'd just like to see what the difference would be to add the COLA in.
just the COLA itself? James, can
Yeah.
you calculate that? I mean, it's essentially going to be 3/4 of a penny, because it's
Yeah,
what,
I-
575?
Yeah,
We're looking-
I said, but
But we'll get you the exact number, yes, sir.
Yeah, it'd be about 51, 15, 51,
Yes.
20, somewhere around
Yeah,
there.
somewhere in that range. And if there's not a consensus today on the general fund, then we can proceed as proposed, as it's presented, and then you guys tell us at the next go-round, if that's acceptable to y'all.
5118 for the COLA only.
Very close, Mayor. 51-18, you were two
Within range.
1/100ths of a penny off. Good job, Mayor.
I think if you have the same thing with the non-occurring, if you have a listing of what's available and the priorities, because all this is just a lot of
Well-
information up there to look
Well,
at.
Mayor,
So,
this,
yeah.
this is the listing of what's
I know.
out there, and it is prioritized according to what my recommended priority is. So I mean, if y'all see something that's not on there that you want, or if, I mean, obviously your priorities could be different
Yeah.
from mine. That's completely okay. But this is what's out there, and this is my priority, just to be clear.
Okay.
And it does specify whether it's one time or ongoing out to the right here. And Mayor, I mean, some of them, like take for example, a truck right here for electric, you know, it's 85 grand, the ongoing 750, right? I mean, so is that really ongoing? I mean, no, not
No.
really. It's some fuel. So bear that in mind when you're considering
Okay.
this. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, if we get traffic message boards, it's $2,500 maintenance contract to go with a $45,000 message board that's one time. So,
Mr. Williams,
yes, sir.
I'm willing to go with the ongoing on the COLA and the streets, and one time on the safety.
Okay, I'm going to say that again because this, in a project that we do have is to redo these air conditioners, right? With our building efficiency money? Or can we just save money and talk loud? No, I apologize, sir.
Yeah,
I'm,
no,
I'm
no, I
kidding
mean,
about
if-
the air conditioner because it's so loud.
Yeah, I said ongoing would be the COLA and the streets, and one time on the safety. That'd be me.
That would be your preference?
Yes.
Yes, sir. Okay, so to clarify, the street enhancements, one time, the sidewalks, one time, and the COLA ongoing. So
Yes,
Same as
the sidewalks, yes, ongoing with COLA.
in the street safety one time.
Yes.
And then COLA. So same as Councilman Brown, right? One time? No, you just said everything ongoing. Okay, all right. Okay. Doing a break for lunch, Mayor?
Is lunch ready?
We are ready. Yes,
We're
sir.
ready? Okay,
Yes,
let's
sir.
go ahead and take a, let's say 20-minute break, and then if you're not finished, you can finish up here.
Come back at noon?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Will do.
We'll break for 20 minutes.
Okay.
actually have to, we'll have to look at it, show you numbers.
Brian? Jackson?
All right, the time is now 12:17. We return from our recess. Mr. Williams, let's go ahead and continue.
Thank you, Mayor. So to round out this discussion, what I'm understanding from the council is that we've got a few different proposals on the table, and I would recommend that next Tuesday, when we're discussing setting the maximum tax rate, that we have a little more discussion on this. What I'd like to do is bring this back as it's proposed currently with the no new revenue tax rate, and then lay out on slides the different options that have been put forward by the various council members, and then we could maybe come to a consensus at that point with the full council present, and just, you guys can maybe see those options laid out a little better. Is that, if that's acceptable to the council, maybe we can move on to?
Yes, I think that's the direction this council wants to go forward on.
All right, yes, sir. We will do that. Okay, so close this. Okay, so then I will move to the debt service fund, and James was going to do this, but I think I'll just do it, just to keep things rolling. The summary of the INS fund, or interest and sinking fund, we did go up slightly on the rate, so when your values go down, rate goes up. So we have to put the appropriate rate into place to pay for our debts that we incur. So that resulted in a slight increase in the debt rate. According to our CIP, based on that number, that 1681, this is what we anticipate with growth, et cetera, that we could issue in the future. So when we get to the CIP, these items will correspond with the general government CIP as far as the contribution from debt. So you can just see those laid out over the next 4 years. And then the general debt service fund over the years, these are the actual expenditures for the bond payments. And so this is the debt service amount. We did, you can see how it projects out in the future, right? It dips down a little bit because we're retiring, and then we're adding. But that should all be able to be maintained within that, assuming we don't have further declines in the tax base, we should be able to maintain roughly that 16-cent tax rate. Moving on, any questions? If not, moving on to the water and sewer fund. So in the water and sewer fund, we also had supplemental requests. For us, this conversation was a little bit easier because we had $944,000 worth of requests, and you can see those there. The utility rate increases, what that means is what we pay for utilities, not our rates. This is what we pay for utilities. We included the merit as well, like in the other funds, but no COLA. And then we had some ongoing operating expense that, office type thing, a few $1,000s. And there's a training increase, a leak detector, and a wastewater worker one. So in the Public Works Department, particularly on the water and sewer side, but also on the street side, which is the general fund, is the area that we really haven't addressed staffing according to the staffing study, and we're trying to bolster that area. There's also some other equipment, a mini excavator with a hydro hammer, and then a light crew truck. And then continuing that list, there's an aerial bucket truck, there's zero-turn mower, and then a dovetail trailer, 10-yard dump truck, and down there at the bottom you can see some crews that are being added, and that, like I think Brian had mentioned, as we add subdivisions, we add more sidewalks. Well, as we've added subdivisions, we have added more lines of water, more lines of sewer. We have more to maintain that we have not added the staff to keep up with it. So you do reach a critical point where you have to have the appropriate ratio of staff to what you need to maintain. We do also have 2 water wells and some other things that we have to maintain. So, and then the hydro, there's some valve replacement. We'd like to bolster that program. So if you wanted to see the details that go with that, you would turn to page 3. Nope, you would turn to page 3, yes, page 3, and that would show you the dollar amounts that correspond with each one of those. There is no cut line other than the COLA, because when you take the COLA out of one fund, you got to take it out of all of them. God bless you. So you got to take them out of all of them. So you're going to see on the EMS fund and the water and sewer fund, the COLA removed. All right, I know, any questions on the supplementals as I just described them before we move on? All right. So some fee updates. There is a schedule that we have. We have a rate study that's completed by Will Dan, and we are implementing a 2% rate increase. And this follows what is included in our 5-year rate model. And so we have these planned rate increases for over the span of that time. So what does that mean? It's an average of $1.20 on the water side per month, and then on the sewer side, it's 3%, and it's the equivalent of $1.26. So the long-term forecast for the water and sewer fund, you can see that here we are in 24-25. Our working capital amount that we have is pretty healthy at 35.5%. It's an enterprise fund, so it's a little different. So this is really kind of a measure of what we can access, current assets minus current liabilities, but it's healthy at this point, very healthy. And then at the end of next year, that would come down to 32.62. You can see there's some, in the ongoing years where you see the expenditures more, there's actually cash contribution over to the CIP. To avoid issuing debt for some of these projects, we move our cash over into the CIP. But we remain very healthy. In the out years, it's closer to the 26% that we target. Right? Any questions about the water and sewer fund? All right. So now the EMS fund. Now you did hear a presentation from Jason, like I said, about a month ago, a little bit more than a month ago, about the status of the fund, right? Didn't we do that? Or am I imagining that?
We've had some discussion on it in here, but my presentation is in August at council.
Oh, okay. Jason will have a presentation in August for the council. But yeah, and it speaks to what I was talking about before, right? It's mostly funded with the ambulance fees, the ride fees. And then there's a portion that is supplemented by 10 different entities. So we needed to close a gap between expenditures and revenues. And so part of that effort to do that is going up on the fees that are charged for rides by $100. And that would equate to $1 million in additional revenue. So that goes into the 66% of the budget that comes from the fees. And that fee is charged across the entire service area. And then also the updates on the interlocal contracts. That's the 45% that we were talking about. Almost all of the contracts have been modified. There are a couple others that have indicated they're going to approve it, that there will be an increase to the contribution by each of the cities from their general fund based on a per capita basis.
I have a question on the interlocal contracts. Is there one that is hesitating, any particular city that's hesitating on the contract?
No one is hesitating, no.
All right, thank you.
Their supplemental list, and part of the reason why the needed increase to the contracts, quite frankly, is to address the growth that we've experienced, and we have added to the fund, but we've added to the fund, but we need to add these other items as well. And this is simply to maintain the level of service. So you can see it there. We've got a billing server. We used to be able to have a kind of like a shared service, and this is in addition to that. Hey, Jason, is that correct? To kind of replace that?
Yeah, our current vendor has let us know that they're no longer going to be supporting this, so we're going to have to find a third party to host our billing server.
And then there are utility increases like the other funds, and then the merit and step, like in the other funds, same thing. And then there would be the addition of 2 full-time EMTs to staff Medic 8 and make that 24 hours, is that correct?
The Medic 8 and the Medic 9 are both 12-hour peak hour trucks.
But would this bring them to 24 or no? This is
No,
just-
no, 12-hour peak hour during
12-hour
our
peak.
busiest times.
Okay. And then the maintenance agreement, that's the cost that we would incur, right?
Yeah, that is for our stretchers and our monitors and our Lucas devices to maintain them with PMs, battery service, and if anything breaks, it covers that as well.
And then the last one is an EMS consultant, because we would like to have an external consultant come in and evaluate the department, the fund, everything, and see if there's some efficiencies that we can gain. That's something that's been requested by the other member cities, and we think it's a good idea as well. And that is it. There is no cut line other than the ACI on that. So in the 5-year forecast, you can see it's actually negative. So this represents cash balance, okay? It's a little bit different from the other enterprise, how we show, we might show a working capital position. This is more of a cash position, but we are negative, and that's what's necessitated going back to the other cities and the county, et cetera, and asking for this increase, because right now, the city of Schertz is footing the bill for those entities. So by the end of next fiscal year, we will still be in that negative position. We'll be negative by 26, 27. By 27, 28, we'll be back into the positive moving forward. Any questions about the EMS fund? Oh, your drainage.
Yeah, drainage fund.
Brian
You're
is,
not taking over for
if
me.
there's no questions, Brian is very eager to discuss the drainage fund, and that is next. Any questions? Okay.
Thanks, Steve. But take your Coke, Steve. Here. You may need that. Okay, I'll try to move through this fairly quickly. Just as a reminder, back in April, Larry and Kevin Anderson came up and did a presentation on the drainage department and on the drainage fund, and this is sort of the follow-up to that. And so one of the things really that we talked about there is with the growth of the city, the increase in cost, it sort of stressed our funding for this program. And so really the big thing is drainage rates, which we've been talking about, tax rate and things like that. And so we contracted with Wildan, who we use for our other fee studies, to look at all the things we need to do in terms of improvement with our drainage fund and propose a rate study. Now, we have given them comments back because what they proposed are a series of fee increases through the years to fund all these. And staff said, yeah, that's great. I'm not sure we're going to go as high as you guys have proposed, and we need to look at some alternatives and things like that, and they're reworking that. And as a reminder, unlike some other cities who just fund the drainage out of their general fund, right, which you have talked about a few minutes ago, we try to fund it through a fee, which is, just a different way to do it, and that has certain benefits and certain drawbacks to it. And I will say this, because what we kind of touched on when Larry presented before, it was on the heels of, I think, some of the trash stuff and resident feedback and things like that, right? And Larry noted, we have to publish this notice 3 times in the newspaper, right? So that's a way to raise awareness. But none of us ever read the published notices in the newspaper, right? We have to have a public hearing at City Council as well. I think the other thing is certainly with the recent tragedies in Kerrville and things like that, folks are much more aware of drainage and flooding and the challenges there with it. I think the other part of it is, as our community has grown, a lot of folks aren't aware of the flooding problems we have, right? If you've lived here a long time, you're keenly aware of some of the flooding problems that we can have. But keep in mind, more than half the population didn't live here in '98. We've grown by that, and folks who did live here at the time have moved away and new folks have moved in. And so again, I don't know that there's necessarily a whole lot of awareness up here of the drainage problems we face, and certainly in certain parts of the city. And so just as a reminder on that in terms of areas flood, we tend to talk about the older part of town over here the most, right, with the floodplain map. And a lot of you have probably seen this photo, but some folks here haven't seen that photo, right? That was Main Street back in '98. But we've got other areas that flood, right? Here's 35, here's Schertz Parkway, but we've got areas up here along 3009. We obviously have areas along 1518. And then certainly down south, you can see Randolph, you can see I-10, you can see Laura Heights kind of development and whatnot. We have a lot of areas of floodplain. Sure, James, go ahead. Interrupt me.
You're welcome. I want people to see everything.
I appreciate that. Okay, fair enough. Thanks, James. Right, so most people in our community aren't aware we have this, right? We have people who live up in the northern part of the community, never even been down here, never even seen that. We have folks down here who aren't aware of what communities up in other parts face. So one of the challenges we have in terms of, well, how do we get people's input and know how they feel? It's really what their own situation is, right? If you live in the area over here, I would bet most of the folks over here would go, yeah, go up on the fee that you need to make sure our houses don't flood and our streets don't flood. But if you live a ways up here and you don't experience that, it's harder, right? I don't get what the problem is. I don't get what the issue is. I don't get why we need to do all this stuff. And they might even argue, well, it's not really my problem. Have the people who benefit pay from it. The problem is every time we build anything in Schertz, every residence, every business, that includes paving, includes building, that adds to our flooding problem, right? Because that rain that used to come in and percolate in the ground, it doesn't now, it runs off. Even if we detain it, it still is running off, and you see those issues down the road, right? We have to have that infrastructure to accommodate it. So that's a little bit of the challenge there. I'll point this out. You guys all remember here in June, we had that really intensive rainstorm, right, that came in, and you probably saw the picture floating around on social media, right, of I-35, and that's here on the right, at 3009 showing flooding. You can see the Taco Cabana sign, you can see the cars. And then you're probably saying to yourself, well, Brian, why'd you put in 2 pictures of that? Wouldn't 1 picture have done enough? Because that's the same area, right? You can see the Taco Cabana sign up here, I can see the hotel here. But the issue is, and you may be saying over here, well, it's 35's under construction with 35 next, that's why it happened, right? Well, this picture, is anybody hazard a guess when this is from? This is from May 9 years ago, when we had an intense rainstorm and that same area flooded, and you can see the car there. Now, to be clear, we're not responsible for maintenance of I-35 and the flooding and the runoff, right? But it illustrates the point. We have had this problem, and so a lot of folks who jumped all over that, go, oh my gosh, look at this. Folks who've been here a while go, yeah, when it rains really hard, you don't want to be up there on 35 and 3009 because it floods. And so I say that to say it's really hard if you go out and say, well, what do you think about this fee increase? Because there is so much background knowledge that they lack to provide informed public input, right? So again, a history of the fee. We started this back in 0203. We went, what is that, about 5 years at $210, went up to $380, and we did that for about 3 years. We went up again to $520 just a year after that. But we have been at that rate for over a decade, and we have not increased the rate. Now, we've added more development, so we got more people paying in, but that covers the increase in drainage area we have to account for. It doesn't cover that increase in inflation and cost, right? So 10 years ago, when you go out to Whataburger for lunch, how much were you paying for that meal? $5, $5.50, something like that? It's over $11 now, or almost $11. I don't know what meal you're getting, but the one I get, it's almost $11 for that, right? So it's almost double. So we've waited a while to go up on the fee. We're proposing to go up to $8 this time, right? And see where that gets us. Now, I will say this, that what that gets us, and again, just to understand, is that fee, $5.20 per month to $8 per month, is based on sort of a land use equivalent, and that's really what a single family home counts for, right? So if you go up on this fee from the $5.20 to $8, it's $33.60 per single family residence. And you may be saying, well, that's not a huge amount. right? But we have all of these costs, right? We're keenly aware that folks get nickel and dimed, and when you add that stuff up, it starts adding up, right? Keenly aware of that. So what it goes to is from $62.40 to $96. The fee also applies to commercial, and the calculation there is again kind of based on the LUE, but it's a function of how much impervious cover they have, right? So if you have a really big property, you've got a really big parking lot and a really big building, you're going to pay a lot more. So as an example, the fee increase is about 54%. So using that methodology, right now we have that fast food place that's now charging almost $11 for my meal at lunch. They're paying $25.20 a month. They would go up to $38.08 per month. We've got one of our industrial businesses that Scott works with, 8.6 acre site. They've got 140,000 square feet. They're paying $237 a month. They go up to $365 per month, right? So it's not insignificant. They're going to be paying $4,500 a year in drainage fees. It's a lot, right? But this stuff is really expensive. And again, it's one of those that when we sit here today and it's sunny out and everything's the way it is, we can kind of go, what do we do, right? But then we see these things that we have happen, right? We see these notices. You guys, I was a little bit late getting the email out to you guys about some of the questions, right? But every time it rains hard, Larry, your folks are out there, right? At these low water crossings, right? We hear from residents who say, hey, the drainage ditch is growing up too fast, it needs to be mowed. I don't disagree, but we had a really wet May, really wet June, and I've got drainage ditches we have to mow, Larry's folks have to mow, not me, throughout the city, right? And when we get these wet months and everything is growing fast, they're slower getting at it, and that's a function of this. So, what we're trying to do, if this fee is increased, is first build up that capacity in our personnel and equipment. So going to Councilman Brown's question about if I give you the money for the sidewalks and we don't give you the people, can you do something with it, right? In this case, we're really struggling with people and equipment and things like that. So at the first fee increase, and because some of the projects are so expensive, the idea is let's use that to build our staff up. We would be able to get out and mow things more quickly, right? We can do some of those maintenance and repair projects. We've got equipment to do a little more efficient, but this fee increase isn't really letting us go out and do some big major expensive projects that you'll see. Those would be fee increases in the future on top of what we've already done that we're again trying to refine the study on. And so what we've got with that in the supplemental request, again, we've got the merit that applies to everybody in the city we talked about. But the other thing, and this helps us here too, is a position of a floodplain administrator. This is the person whose job is to really deal with those big flooding issues, manage that programs, seek out grants, participate with other entities around us and agencies to try to get the focus on what we need to do. Because right now, Public Works and Engineering are handling all that, but they're handling that once they get done with the developer who says, hey, I need this plat reviewed really quickly. Once they deal with, I got a broken water line over here that I've got to deal with, right? So it tends to be pushed lower priority because it's sunny out today. And then we look up one day and we've got this problem and we're going, oh my gosh. The other is this master drainage plan to look at what we want to do and what we need to do to sort of solve some of these big problems that we have been talking about for 20, 25 years. The other we've heard is, what about the tree removal in the Cibolo Creek, right? Here's this stuff that's piling up there, it catches stuff. That's a project we're adding, but that's not a super, super expensive one. We've heard about the right-of-way along the railroad and the drainage, and how it looks aesthetically. And the problem is, it's not just a matter of sending somebody to mow. You've got to really spend a bunch of money to clean it out, and then you can get in and keep it mowed efficiently. Need to add that additional drainage crew, so when you say, hey, they're calling it's high over here, I've got enough people to go out and do that stuff, and then add in some of those vehicles going forward, drainage trail or dump trail or UTV. And so you can see sort of our 5-year forecast with revenue in terms of what we're looking to bring in and what happens in that fund balance that they have to maintain to move us forward. And that's sort of it. But again, what we're proposing is predicated on going up on that drainage fee from that $5.20 to $8, right? And to be clear, even with that, we're not able to start doing the big drainage problems where we're cutting new channels, we're concreting channels, we're dealing with real erosion issues, we're really dealing with the maintenance kind of stuff, the debris pickup, clearing out Cibolo Creek, having somebody to help focus on going forward. And I think in some ways that floodplain administrator is important, because we would assume after what's happened in Kerrville, with the increased attention, there will likely be a lot more dollars coming into this issue, hopefully, and having someone to help us go after those we think is helpful. So that's what's sort of predicated here. Again, you've got the ability to not go up at all, not go up that full amount, and we can make the adjustments accordingly. Because, right, when you think about the $528, it doesn't seem like a lot, but then again, you stack and you stack, and we get it. But again, this one that we would say is, for those of you who've been around, you remember what happens. For those of you who live in certain areas, you're aware of what happens, right? You got the email from the guy over off 482 whose whole driveway washed out, right? We've had Mickey stand up in the mowing of the channels. We had Ms. Yolanda Purser, who stood up a couple months ago and said, I live off Gleaming Springs, right? We hear about this stuff from folks, and this is really to fund the program going forward. So it's an impassioned request from my part, but I think the folks who work in drainage are pretty passionate about it. A lot of those folks have lived here a long time, see the problems, deal with it. You know, again, as a last issue, we've got that big heavy rainstorm in June. Those property owners who live over there next to Lowe's, that came over the channel and started flooding them out. We did some things with it. We're doing a study to figure out how we really fix that problem. But when I went out a week later when there was a heavy rain to see what was going on, as I'm out there walking in the rain looking at it, for me, this is not a big deal. But the drainage crew pulls up as I'm out there. They had come out to check the same thing. So, I mean, that's kind of what we've got folks doing, and having the people to do that is important. So at this point, I'll take questions, comments, thoughts.
Question for you regarding Cibolo Creek.
Yep.
I guess our boundaries starts right there at Maskey. Are we going to have interlocal agreements with Universal City and Cibolo on the portions that we share the border with?
So here's what I'd say to that, Mayor. We need to be working with and have agreements with our neighboring communities, right? Because if you think about it, anybody who's been here a long time, as I've heard the story, back when we had all that bad flooding 27 years ago, when we started evacuating people, it wasn't real bad here. It was happening up in Bernie is what everybody tells me, right? It's this rain up there and this water coming down. So in addition to those neighbors right around us, we need to be working regionally. Again, we're and appreciate Councilman Davis pointing stuff out to us, but in terms of the statewide kind of floodplain, what are they called, Kathy? The regional floodplain work groups, we sit on 2 of them. We are straddled with it. So yes, Mayor, we need to work with those neighboring communities we mentioned. We need to work with folks further out. Our problem, like we sit in 3 counties, multiple school districts, is we sit in a couple of these floodplain groups, and that's part of the challenge that I think we've had with this. So yes.
Okay.
Notice in the floodplain groups that we sit in, we're a small segment of each one of those groups.
That's right.
So we're not kind of the important one on there. And I had a conversation yesterday with Commissioner Moody in San Antonio, and they're looking at possibly doing like $20 million of doing some things in the Bexar County area. So I know that after Kerr County, everybody is looking at how can they do some things, change some things, and where's the money coming from. So I know that, you know, there's going to be lots more money probably coming in from FEMA, but sitting on with the NLC, we've asked them to send us a list of all the states that are part of NLC and how much money the state already received, so that cities can start looking at trying to get money from them to try to mitigate some of this.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's a lot of it. You talked about it, right? We're split into a couple, so we become a small voice in both groups. And it's mainly, like you said, with the veterans exemptions, right? How do we reach the folks we need to reach to make them aware of the impact this has on us? It's the same thing here, right? And Kathy is the first. Every year when we do our MS4 permit, she laments, you know, we scramble last minute to do this thing because we're so busy with other things, and we don't have the focus on it that we really need to. But again, when we talk about, well, what do we pull off? Well, we can't pull off that, we can't pull off that, we can't pull off that. I think this is where it goes to us to do that. Having that study is also critical, but it lets us show up with something and say, here is the problem we have. Now I can show you the problem we have, and we can point you to the solutions forward to go after those funds.
See, but all that adds to the complexity of where we're at, because even if the counties are given portions to fix their flood mitigation
Mm-hmm.
issues, Bear County's going to get theirs, and they're going to focus on Bear County.
Mm-hmm.
We're on the border of
That's
Bear
right.
County and Guadalupe County. Guadalupe County's going to get theirs, and they're not going to focus on the creek.
That's right. That's why, again, and to be blunt, let me say this. If we wait 13 years to go up on our fee, it's longer than we should have, right? And we don't have somebody who's focused on doing this, we are going to get missed, right? We have all those things kind of working against us. It causes us to really have to step into this. That allows us to kind of do our part that we know we have to get the attention of other folks to be able to get some of those resources
You know,
brought
4 years ago, Bear County spent $240 million on their watersheds, and nothing came down to the Cibolo Creek.
Yeah, because it's on the very edge, right? I mean, it's we get frustrated by it, but yet it's a rational decision on their part. Unless we are sitting there, unless we are meeting with them, unless they know who the person is here that goes and calls them periodically, has lunch with them, shows up at the meetings, hands them our stuff, right? And then they go, well, wait a minute, we do this. We've got that guy in Schertz, that woman in Schertz who keeps calling. Here's their issue. Yeah, I mean, I think that's what this is about.
And we don't expect for them to pay all of it, but at least some contribution to
That's
help us
right.
out.
And I think part of it is us being able to ask in a thoughtful, confident way that says, here's the benefit of that funding, what it does. Because right now, it's hard for us to explain that.
And
We
that's
just
why
have this-
that's why the drainage fee is important, is that we can subsidize the portion that's not provided if there's any
That's right.
funds.
We have to do our part with it, right? You're not going to get somebody to pay for everything. We've got to do our part. We need to keep up with that. Again, there are pros and cons to it being a fee. The drawback is we have to go do the fee. But I will say the challenge on this one is it's really hard to get the community to understand why this is needed and the benefit. Because again, unless you live in an area that you've seen flood, you just don't, it just doesn't resonate with you. And so if we fund this, we get that floodplain administrator, part of their job is to start working with public affairs, helping folks understand that, helping them go, wow, I didn't realize we had that problem in the community. I didn't realize how this impacts that. That's how we drive this thing forward. And so,
Another thing that you didn't place on your slide is, the cost of flood insurance on the FEMA map. That is more than $100 a month.
Yeah, that's
in some
right.
cases. So,
Yep.
it's and like you said, some of the individuals may not, because they're on the northern side and they won't experience these things, but it's a combination of the community, our city, to mitigate some of these issues
right.
for the rest of the residents. So
Yeah, I think that's part of it too, right? I think most citizens say, I expect our city staff and our city leaders are digging into these issues, right? That it's hard for us to dig into, and that we're trusting their judgment to say, hey, we're going to take care of the things that need to be taken care of, right? You've heard a lot of that coming around with the Kerrville kind of meetings recently. I think folks, it's just like you go into a restaurant. You go into a restaurant in Schertz, you assume our neighborhood services folks have been out and inspected it, and if you eat there, you're not going to get sick, right? I think folks just have that assumption. So.
Mr. James?
Yes, sir.
Is it, since Schertz does flood from time to time, like you were pointing out, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Is there anything that we can do as a city to, especially those areas that flood here in Schertz, anything we can do prior to a flood to make it, so when it does happen, it can drain a lot quicker, go
Yes.
more effective?
There are a lot of things that we can do, right? So part of it is, maintaining our drainage ways. So that's where, and Councilwoman Watson, to her credit, she was the one pushing on, we need to clear all these trees that are clogging up Cibolo Creek out. We can clear that out. That lets water flow through more efficiently. We can keep the brush and vegetation down. We can do maintenance on things that where we start to see problems that impact the efficiency of our system. You know, the big thing is we have Dietz Creek, this drainage channel that we all drive past, but Larry and Kathy, every year it gets lower and lower and lower, right? Because the ground, the base, silts up. And so again, when it had this much capacity, now it's got that much, now it got that. It's not a huge thing year to year, but you look up 10 years down the road and you've lost capacity there, right? And in addition to the public ones we have, right? We have a lot of neighborhoods that have the drainage channels they're responsible for maintaining. But yet we don't have the time to go out and check on how they're doing with that. And again, it's one of those things that if you kind of keep up with it, it's easier than if you show up after 20 years ago, now I've got this big problem, right? But we need somebody whose job is in part focused on going out to them, talking about what they need to do, how often they need to do it. So yeah, there's a lot we can do to make that happen more efficiently. And what I would say is that that's kind of what this first round gets us into some of those things. But you also need these capital projects that you need to do to maintain and have the infrastructure you want. So yeah, I mean, I think, what we didn't want to do is oversell what we would do with this first fee increase, but I also don't want to diminish the value we get from it.
Well, I'm for it. I mean, that would be sort of like a pre-maintenance before the flooding, correct?
It's part of it, right? I mean, but part of your maintenance before the flooding is really doing the big expensive stuff, right? So I mean, like Larry can jump up if he wants and help me on this, or he can sit back there and let me struggle. But he can name off a couple projects that if we have a flood now, the state that this is in is going to be worse than if we come in and make this fix and how it would handle it. So again, let me tell you, they're looking at the cost of basically raising the wall on that concrete channel next to Lowe's. We know if we have another very intense storm like we did, we've cleared out, but if that stuff backs up again, it could top over. If we want to make sure that doesn't happen, we can come in, increase the height of that, keep the ongoing maintenance and stuff cleared out, and it's likely not going to happen in those situations, right? We know we can do that, but can you give me a couple of examples of stuff that if we spend a bunch of money now, it would have an immediate effect next time it floods heavily?
Sure. So just a little further, other fool, you don't have the full study back, but a bunch of that was it was $40 million worth of projects over the next 10 years, and most of that was our major channels, right? We're looking at that. There's obviously a lot of ways to fund that, and that's part of what came back, right? But most of that is in our major creeks, and so I'll tell you that in the floods recently, our creeks backed up. We closed low water crossings. We didn't get water in houses from it backing up from the creek, but there was damage in local water areas such as that, right? And so a lot of those dollars are spent on big projects, and that's the high-profile stuff. But this localized flooding, not in the 100-year floodplain, is a big deal. So I know in the North Cliff area, there's water that's backed up. Anytime you have steep hills, you have houses built below grade. Folks don't think about that when they buy a house, right? Here in Kramer Farms, they get in their driveway all the time, right? Intense rains, and so and it's really tight areas, so you're affecting people's properties, right? And so yeah, it's a good example. So Lowe's is a good example. Also, the one down here, and so again, folks haven't got water in their house, but it does happen again. And then up there in Fairway Ridge, that was one of the last projects we were actually able to fund with the drainage fee, right? Smaller project, it was $75,000 maybe, and it's been a number of years ago. It was when my time was in engineering, but that was in Fairway Ridge, right? And so that person's house is below the street level, and it jumped the curb all the time, and so. Again, it's very costly when you're talking about localized projects like that, potentially because you're touching small lots, but yeah, it's a big deal.
Yeah. So I think part of what we need to do, right, we get this money, we get this person, is we start then raising awareness, we can go after more money, and we can also raise awareness in the community of of the need, of the issues, and frankly, some of the dangers. That issue that we all kind of know, turn around, don't drown, but that's one of those that we have to just repeat to people over and over and over again, and even frankly, make folks aware that these are some of those areas where that happens, because we have a couple spots that we keep kind of getting cars flooded out that folks just don't realize that's what's happening, and so that's part of what this goes to.
So, Mr. James, do we have enough personnel to appoint a crew to do all this pre-work? So when a flood does come, it would be more effective? Or do we need to create a crew?
Yeah, we need an additional crew, right? So one of the things that we're funding this year is that drainage crew and the drainage worker, right? So we need additional people who are out there every day doing this basic stuff, right? That's where we fall behind. So that's what this first increase, that's part of what this funds is, more people out there, because every time we build a neighborhood and we add some of those drainage ways, it's been the same number of folks who are trying to keep up with all that additional work. And so, yeah, one of the big things is we just need a new crew, because that's really what happened kind of right in May and June here, when we had these wet months and everything was growing up, right? So code enforcement is super busy because they're getting all these complaints because people can't mow. Drainage folks are super busy. Drainage has the additional challenge of when it's really wet, they can't mow. They just got to stand there as this stuff grows up. Now, they can do other stuff. They're not sitting around. But, right, that's part of the problem people have is it rains, stuff starts growing up, it's a couple days later, they're going, why aren't you mowing it? And the answer is you can go out there and you've got this much water in it, in particular where we have really flat channels that are earthen. If they get out and drive those mowers through there, it ruts it out, creates ruts, and the problem is then the water doesn't flow, and I can guarantee you 6 months later, that resident is calling, complaining, going, now I got these wet spots that are mosquito breeding grounds. Because they don't realize we got to let it dry, but the problem is once it starts to dry, everything has started to dry, and we've got all over the city, right? So ironically, when we got the complaint up here, where were you guys?
So, we were mowing down south.
Down south,
Yeah.
right? Who many of you, and again, these residents haven't been down there to even see what those folks, so if we had pulled them off, could have got up here quicker, but you would have gotten calls from those folks down there going, well, why'd you pull them off? Are they more important than me? Nobody's more important than anybody, but that's the challenge. Yeah,
So we need more personnel.
We need more personnel. We've got it in here. It's part of what we're doing with this.
So included in there, you can see up there, there are 6 positions being added to this fund to do exactly what Brian's describing. I do want to point out one of them is that MS4 floodplain administrator. So this is great and all, but we need to be able to get a better handle on the actual drainage system itself and how we address these issues. So that's why we have a floodplain administrator, in addition to the boots on the ground that can go out and do the actual maintenance.
I would like to maybe have a flood rate, rescue rate, to start charging for fire, EMS, and everything. Obviously, I guess we don't have one, that we charge people for going around the barricades and charging them, because they're still going to do it, and you need to charge them.
So let me talk to the fire chief and see what we've got on that. Yeah. I will tell you, like down here, is it as much people going around barricades, or it's they just don't realize it gets that deep? I mean, that's more what we tend to run into. But
there are traffic law violations in city ordinances that prevent you or are supposed to stop you from going around a barricade, especially during flooding. And then there are campaigns, turn around, don't drown. But again, we can't put a person at every intersection. The barricades are designed to block people, and they move them when other people drive away, our workers. But there are already statutory ordinances and laws in place that we can write a ticket for or place them under arrest if necessary.
And so how much of a problem, Larry and Chief, would y'all say we have of people actually going around barricades? Is that a huge issue for us, or not so much, happens occasionally?
Well, I'll use the last rainstorm that we had here. It was quite frequently, and then they were arguing with the officers on the street because they needed to get to the other side, foregoing their safety, and wanted, instead of driving around 4 or 5 miles, which certainly would maybe be an inconvenience, but it was a safety issue And after you've had 4 or 5 cars get pushed off the roadway, remember, 6 inches of water flowing is enough to move a vehicle. So that's where then we have to call in fire rescue and everything else to get into that. So unfortunately, it is more common than we would like.
It's probably mostly non-Schertz residents doing that though, right? But fair point. When folks do, we need to have them bear some of the cost, yeah. We're good? Okay, thank y'all, I appreciate it.
Thank you.
So the next part of, do we need a break, Mayor? Are we good? We good? Okay. So the next, we're going to move on to the capital improvement program. That essentially rounds out the operating budget. We do have the 2 items that are relative to the operating budget, but they're separate kind of decision steps that we're going to cover after the CIP. So CIP, this is a little bit new, right? Y'all saw this format last year, but we're taking it a little bit of a step further in that we're showing you the total amount of the capital budget. So think, well, first of all, let me say this. In front of you, you've got, I think, 4 thick packets, right? One is for the general government CIP. That's more of your projects that are supported by the property tax rate, the INS portion of the property tax rate. Then you have a packet for water and sewer, and then that's what's supported with the water and sewer rate. And then you have the drainage, which would be supported by a drainage fee that Brian just went over that. In subsequent years, we're talking about implementing a higher drainage fee to address some of those capital projects. And I believe that's it. So the water and sewer are together. There's a sheet on the front that's the summary of the 10-year plan. If you go about halfway through, a little more than halfway through, the water and sewer one is where the sewer is. So if you want to split that out, you'll be able to see those side by side. But when we talk about the CIP, today we're going to focus on the capital budget. And the capital budget is the first year of that 10-year plan. So when you appropriate the capital budget, you're only appropriating 1 year at a time. The rest of the 9 years that you see laid out, you know, it's detailed for 5 years and lumped in for the next 5 years. That plan that you see moving out forward is nothing more than a plan. You are not adopting that total amount. You are adopting the capital budget when you adopt it. When we bring you the operating budget, we'll also bring you the capital budget. But I just want to make sure that we're clear that you're not adopting the entire capital improvement program. You're adopting the first year, which is the capital budget. So in total, this is a slide that just shows you the capital budget for next year. And on the general government side, that's that first packet, there are 10 projects, and the total is $43 million. So the debt issuance that James showed you, it's a combination of what we will issue in debt next year, impact fees, grants, cash funding. So it all goes in to make up this $43.3 million that we'll spend next year. But when you look at this summary sheet here, and you move out to the right, over the subsequent 9 years, the total identified need for, I guess this is just streets. I'm sorry, at the top, you got to go to each page. Is it just streets in the packet? Yeah, we are. We'll get to that in a minute. But anyways, the total for, you know where that page is? Yeah, let me get to it. Let's see how many are in this back. So in there somewhere is the last page, which would have the summary in it. And it is a lot more. Here it is. So over the 10 years, we have $404 million worth of projects identified. And $245 million of that is in the out years. So the bulk of it is in that last 5 years, right? From 2031 to from 2031 to 2040. But in any event, it's in the out years. We have total identified projects of $404 million for the general government. So just bear that in mind when you're looking at these sheets. There is a total at the bottom of them, at the bottom of all of them when we go through the general government part that shows the cost of the whole plan. All we're talking about today really is the capital budget for next year. All right, and you can see the breakdown. We've got some parks, 5.3 million and 1.2 million for facilities. And then the bulk of that is going to be streets at 35.7. So what we'll do now is we're going to bring up each of the project sheets, and then the person who's responsible for those, oh, I guess I could have just looked at this. So the person who's responsible for each of these projects is going to come up and give a brief description of what it is. So the first one here is Main Street improvements. Who's up? Come on up, John.
Council has all of these in front of them as well in order that they'll be on the screen.
Yes.
Good afternoon, everyone. Why did the piano player take a ladder to their concert? To make sure they could reach the high notes. I have more if you need more puns for the day. Okay. Main Street. This project is a complicated project. It involves replacing the existing underground utilities, water and sewer. CenterPoint Energy also wants to replace their gas main. And it also includes relocation of all the overhead utilities, power and telecommunications underground, and then a bunch of surface improvements, reconstruction of the street, and installing decorative street lighting, landscaping, the decorative screen panels, signage to brand the corridor, bicycle racks, benches, the whole 9 yards. So it's a complicated, kind of difficult project that's in the middle of, in progress. And kind of tacked on to this, while the main focus is Main Street, we also have one of the side streets, Lindbergh, that's in poor shape, and that'll be reconstructed at the same time we reconstruct Main Street. And here's kind of the project area. You can see the section of Lindbergh here that we're also reconstructing with this. But this goes from Schertz Parkway to about Curtis Street. So part of this area is in the TxDOT area, so it adds another layer that we have to get permission to do the project with. Next project is our SPAM project. This covers a variety of streets in our community. The next areas that we're focusing on include Jonas Woods, Woodbridge, the Village, and Rio Vista. And as the budget allows, the next area would be just to the east of Woodbridge would be Woodland Oaks, and try to pick up some individual streets such as Mid-Cities Parkway to do a mill and overlay on. Another one of our projects is kind of separated out. It's got its own project sheet because of the dollar amount, but it's also a resurfacing project, a mill and overlay of Savannah. And this would be the entire length of Savannah through our community, from the city limit boundary with Selma all the way to 3009. And this is an overlay. Lower Seguin Road. This is reconstructing Lower Seguin Road basically in the area, general area from 1518 to our city limit boundary. This reconstruction project is going to start around Aranda Lane and go to the city limit boundary. We're not just rebuilding the pavement that's there. It's in poor condition, and we get a lot of complaints. It takes a lot of traffic, particularly a lot of traffic to the base. We're reconstructing the section to its ultimate section identified in our master thoroughfare plan. So it'll be added capacity as well as a new street. There are the general project limits for that. Northcliffe Country Club Estates Street Rehabilitation. So this project is rehabilitating the streets in the Northcliffe Country Club Estates subdivision. This is up in Northcliffe off of Country Club Boulevard. It's the area, kind of the western end of Country Club Boulevard and those other streets there. They're kind of poor condition. This project, you'll hear about it again in the water and sewer section because it's kind of bundled with the water and sewer line replacement that also needs to happen. That's all I have for streets. If anyone has any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Any? All right, so our next section is parks, and Lauren's going to come up and talk about that.
Thank you, Steve. I'm fun, but I don't do pun jokes, sorry. Just wanted to talk a little bit about our capital projects that we have. You've heard me talk about Hilltop Park in the past. That project is, the #1 project we have on our list for the next couple of years. Currently, the city already owns 22 acres in the area. We are working with the HOAs to acquire an adjacent 23 acres for about a 45-acre community park. It currently already includes a pond with fishing pier, accessible sidewalk loop that is already open to the public, and a parking lot and some security lighting. Additional plans call for a restroom, some mountain biking trails, a hilltop overlook, playground, interpretive signage, just, sort of the icing on the cake there at that park. So that is Hilltop. There's a map there for you showing this orange is the acreage we currently already own, and the white adjacent here are the other acreages we're trying to acquire from the HOAs. And then Community Circle Park development, that's our other big project that's gonna take place over here behind the complex. It was a vision of Parks Board for several years to utilize that space to enhance the area. The skate park has been something that's been talked about for a long time. Expanding that to fulfill the original design that was created by the community many years ago. We're looking at enhancing the dog park, adding some teen elements like sand volleyball court complex, basketball courts, a box hangout area for teens. We get a lot of traffic, from the high school here, and it's sort of we don't have a lot of opportunities for teens in the area. We prefer to build something where they come here and leave our community playscape alone, because that's the current hangout, but it's aimed for younger kids, so we're trying to do something over here for the older kids. That's the project that we've talked with the EDC about, and they're funding this project. And the other thing that this project will do is add in all of the parking for the complex that has sort of been valued engineered out over the years. When we did the ballpark expansion, we decided to share parking with the complex. That's become an issue as we grow. As we have meetings in here, we have court, we have something at the community center, we have something at the civic center, we have something at the ballpark. There's just not enough parking. And so that project will work in all the rest of the parking behind the ballpark and expand what's currently over near the skate park. That's all I have. Any questions?
All right, so Chief, you want to come up? Greg? So next we're going to move on to facilities. That page is in the slideshow is, we're going to start with the fire department, and then we'll move into yours. So, Jim?
Good afternoon. I'm here to provide a quick little update on Fire Station 4. We've made good progress. Site plan has been submitted to the city for review. I'm sure we'll be getting comments back on that very soon. The plans as a whole are pretty well wrapped up. We hope to get that out to where everyone can take a look at them very soon. What it will do in the community is very important, and we're looking forward to be able to service the other side of 35 as well as the main portion of the residents of the city on this side of 35 when it's complete. We're still shooting for late 2026, like December or so. Questions?
So what is it that you're building?
Fire station. I said
And what will
update on
be-
Fire Station 4
In what area of town? Is there a map?
on Weiderstein. No, I don't have a map here. You brought a map.
Scroll.
All right then. There, that piece right
Okay.
there.
All right, very good.
You got anything else for me? No, there you go.
Question, Chief.
Yes, sir.
For the Fire Station 4, how many firefighters need to be hired to fully staff it?
In order to fully staff the fire station, we'll hire a 12 additional. We've already gotten to 6 of those. Once we got to that point, we realized that the station was going to be moved down a little bit, and that the construction would slow it down. The need for the full 12, we're going to pick that back up in this coming years, since we're back on schedule for completion next year. We'll get 3 this year and 3 next year, unless we get the grant that Mr. Williams spoke of earlier.
Awesome. Thank you, Chief.
You're welcome.
And one quick question. I know you bought extra land out there, and outside of it being a buffer, is there any other plans for it?
I'm sorry.
The extra land that you bought out there that isn't going to be used for the fire station, are there any plans for it, or just being a buffer?
Well, initially, right now, we haven't discussed that from the city's perspective. It is a buffer between each of the residences and the business to the rear. They have communicated to us wonderfully that they aspire to keep that as much as possible. So we're working with them to do that.
I don't have a problem. I was just wondering if there were other plans.
Sure.
Thank you.
Technically speaking, since it was bought with bond money that was in an election for a fire station, it'll be some sort of fire use, whether that's open space.
Sure.
Like, it'll likely be open space for the fire facility.
Okay.
Thanks. At all? Thank you.
So you,
I don't think that. Go ahead.
Well, next, we're going to have Donisha come up and talk about these generator replacements. We'll come back to Jim. Okay.
Is this the first one?
But you can talk from your list if you want.
Okay. Good afternoon. So facilities has several capital improvement projects that they're working on. The one that's on the screen right now is the community center, a generator for community center. And so the City Hall building has currently reached capacity on supplying electricity to the building, and some of the items need to be brought up to code. And then the generator is aged out and parts for repair are hard to come by. So the value in this is to replace with a more reliable generator, in the case of loss of power, and then increase electricity capacity to the building, bringing parts of the system up to current standards, and then allowing for additional office space down the road. The next one is a mass communication plan, phase 6. And so this phase of the communication project is focused on expanding the city's network infrastructure and camera access at the parks and lift stations throughout Schertz. This expansion is a critical step in supporting public safety, improving operational oversight, and strengthening communications systems citywide. Then we have the generator replacement over at Public Safety. They're complex, and this generator is currently underpowered for the needs of the city. It too is aged and in need of replacement. And again, the value in replacing the generator is to allow continued operation for our public safety staff with a more reliable generator. That's all I got. Thanks.
And I had called the Chief Lowry up here real quick. There's a project that actually it'll round out this year. That's why it's not on the list, but just to give him 2 seconds to explain the 78 project.
So we have two projects that are short-term for CIP. One of them is the FM 78 location, in which we're trying to work with our partners in Guadalupe County, and we'll be bringing shortly to you at least to work that out, to finalize it. But with that effort, what we're looking to do is to give us growth room for the next 5 to 10 years for a long-term project for the public safety building. So we have outgrown our capacity at the current facility. So we would be moving our criminal investigations, our crime victims liaison, and our property room out to that location. And then that's scheduled currently budgeted at $400,000. A companion project for that is another $100,000 for a remodeling and a refurbishing of our current facilities where that area is vacated so we can repurpose that area. So it's a total of $500,000, 2 projects. Any questions?
Yes, I have a question, Chief. When the refurnishing of the building, how long would that take, do you know?
I do not know that for sure, so we currently are starting an agenda item and a timeline for us to complete the FM 78 and refurbishing the public safety building.
Gotcha.
Okay. Okay, next we would have, so that's the total of the general government CIP. That's the $43.3 million for next year. Now shifting gears to the water and sewer CIP, that is a total of $75.3 million. And I want to emphasize that the water and sewer CIP comes from a different funding source from the general government CIP. It's primarily funded with debt from the water and sewer rates themselves, okay? But also it has things like impact fees and cash contributions that make up all the funding sources for the CIP. And you can see there, we have $47 million, $47.7 million in water projects, but then we have 27.6 in sewer. One thing I do want to point out, in the sewer number, there's $22 million for a project to expand the South CCMA plant. Likely, that will be funded a little differently. We're just showing it on here. It'll likely be a situation where the CCMA does it themselves and issues the debt, and we just simply pay them a rate or pay them an annual debt service amount like we've done in the past with them. That's typically how it's been structured, and we're more likely than not going to continue to follow that model. We just have it in here to show you that there's a big project out there for sewer. You can see it in the multi-year CIP. It's a significant project, but what it does do is it opens up development for the south side of the city, because the south, say below, south of Lower Seguin, where things will gravity down to that south plant. And then we also have the north plant right now. A lot of the development that's off Lower Seguin, including Saddlebrook and Carmel and some others, that is actually being lifted back to the north plant. So this is to add that capacity, and it opens up really for development almost the entirety of that southern area. So it's a significant investment and expansion, but we do need it to be able to continue to develop the south part of Schertz. So water, I will click on the water CIP and open that link. And so we've got the water projects, and who's up first? Kathy, are you doing these? All right.
Thanks, Steve. All right, so let's dive into the fun. So the Corbett Ground Storage Tank is a project that's been ongoing. It is a 3 million gallon ground storage tank that is next to the elevated storage tank that was built at the end of Ray Corbett Drive to provide storage for water for southern Schertz. And here is the location. You can see Corbett up here, Corbett Middle School, and this is Ray Corbett Drive. There's the location of the storage tank. East Live Oak and North Cliff elevated tank piping rehabilitation and Ware Seguin ground storage tank pipe rehabilitation. And additionally, we're going to be repainting those two tanks and the North Cliff tank. Next, we have Ware Seguin, Lower Seguin, and Greytown to File loop lines. We're working on easement acquisition for these two lines that create loops in the systems in the southern part of the city. Schertz Parkway 16-inch transmission line replacement. This is about 1,200 linear feet of 16-inch transmission main just up here on Schertz Parkway. It's aging and breaks occur regularly. You see Public Works out there fixing it, so we're going to replace it. There's its location basically from Mayorway to just past Maskey. IH-35 next north utility relocations. This is to move our utilities out of the way of the next section of TxDOT IH-35 next. It's fully reimbursable from TxDOT, but we do need to contract and front the money to relocate those utilities. Scenic Hills water and wastewater main replacement. These are aging 6-inch, which is substandard size, and 8-inch water distribution mains through that subdivision, which is again up in the North Cliff area off Country Club Boulevard. 3009 18-inch transmission main. This is 3009 north of 35. Most of this line is old asbestos cement piping. A lot of the valves aren't operable, and it needs to be replaced. It's it'll be a very difficult project. It's in a very developed area of town. A 3 million gallon ground storage tank as a companion to the 35 elevated tank for providing additional water storage capacity in the northern part of Schertz. This location is, this is Old Wiederstein Road. This is the Freeway Manor area and 35. Moonlight Meadow Drive and Lost Meadow Drive, not in the city limits, but it is our water system. Currently 4-inch to 8-inch water lines. They need to be upgraded to all 8-inch lines, and we need to create some loops. Those are currently dead-end lines, which is not a good situation for a water utility. So we'll loop those lines and bring them up to standard. Also replacement of the aging 6-inch and 8-inch water lines in the Greenshire subdivision. Those experienced quite a few leaks and problems also, so we're going to get new water lines in there that should be more reliable. North Cliff Country Club Estates, John mentioned this. We're going to replace the water and sewer lines and then resurface the streets. And the I-35 dedicated water transmission main, this is a very long-term project, and we continue to chip away at acquiring easement for this transmission main that runs from East Live Oak up to the 35 water tank. The last is Bubbling Springs water line replacement. This is a 6-inch water main that runs from the end of River Road to across the Cibolo Creek. It does experience leaks quite a bit, so Public Works has a lot of maintenance to do, and it is a 6-inch line. It really needs to be a 12-inch line for proper operation of the system. So that is it for the water projects. We have quite a bit less number of projects for wastewater, so I'll go through them really quickly. We are still finishing up our Woman Hollering Creek wastewater interceptor main and lift station. It is operational now, but we still have punch list work to finish that line out. CCMA South Plant expansion, Steve already mentioned that, so we've got sort of a placeholder funding in here for starting that plant. And the location, again, is IH-10. This is Trainer Hale Road, and the plant sits right about here. Decommissioned Corbett Lift Station, that won't be decommissioned for a number of years yet, but there are some interim steps that we need to take before it can be decommissioned. Actually, apologies, this isn't exactly the right location. This is Rhine Valley, and the location of this lift station is over in Rhine Valley. Cibolo West wastewater trunk main. This is similar to the Woman Hollering trunk main, but it does not include a lift station, and it will serve the portion of southern Schertz closer to the Cibolo Creek. You can see this, and again, this and that expansion of the Cibolo Creek treatment plant is basically to catch up to the massive amount of development that is pushing to keep moving in southern Schertz. The Bell North Drive gravity sewer main construction, one of the smaller projects. We should be getting started on construction very soon. It's to take these businesses on Bell North. They have it currently private individual grinder pumps, and they're forcing flow to 3009. We're going to take them off, build a gravity line to bring that over to Door Lane. Wiederstein Road, 8-inch gravity line. Just a small portion of this line is going to be, we're partnering with a developer who's working on a residential subdivision here along Wiederstein Road off Schertz Parkway. And so just a short portion of that will be constructed at this time. And last one is Aranda Lane gravity line. This is to get some folks over here off Aranda Lane onto public sewer. And we're not going to be doing the entire project this fiscal year, but it does cross Lower Seguin Road, so we do want to try to put that portion of the line at least in before reconstruction of Lower Seguin Road. And that's it for wastewater.
Steve, do we have another presentation, or do we
We
need to-
have just, really, it's one project effectively on
One more
the-
project?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Let me find it. So in the drainage fund, and this would be the last one, Mayor, for the CIP.
Okay.
And then,
We'll take a break after this one then.
yes, sir, probably a good time to take a break. So, Larry, two projects, excuse me.
That's correct. Just two projects this year we're working towards on the drainage CIP. Winnie Swan is Winnie Swan Park on Cherry Tree up in the North Cliff area. So there's a existing huge channel there with a large retaining wall that's been leaning for some time. I plan to put that hopefully underground and provide a little more usable space and get away from that big, large retaining wall at the back of the park leaning. Also is the FM1518 City Park underground drainage upgrade. You can see there's just a little bit programmed for this year, and the reason that is because there's a number of other utility projects in the area, and so we don't want to get too far down the road and affect those other projects as well as this future project right next to the Cibolo. There's a lot of drainage that goes through that area. So we just need to establish some controls with those other utilities so we can move forward appropriately with all of the projects in the area as we move farther into the CIP.
All right, that concludes our discussion on the CIP. Unless there are comments or questions, and also this is intended, as you guys look at the future plans, you see something out in the future and you say, hey, this is really a priority of mine, maybe that's something that gets discussed. This is kind of, during this process is the time to do that. And this is like the operating budget. It's the recommended capital improvement program from the staff. But like I said, there could be a burning project out there that the council wants done, and we just make adjustments to the CIP. So just bear that in mind as well. Okay. But that's all, Mayor.
All right, let's go ahead and take a 15-minute break. Time is 1:38. We will reconvene around 1:50. Recessing the meeting. We'll come back. All right, the time is now 1:52. We reconvene after our recess, and we'll wrap it up with our next topic.
Thank you, Mayor. There are two more items on the agenda. One is the Schertz Soccer Complex. The other is the Senior Center. Lauren's going to do the presentation on both of those. She's going to go into quite a bit of detail and cover a lot of ground. I will preface this with saying this has been an ongoing conversation among staff, and the Parks Board does come with a Parks Board recommendation for both of these, and in the affirmative of what's being presented. But we are making a presentation to have essentially a change in the way we operate both of these facilities. So I'm going to turn it over to Lauren.
All right, thank you. I know it's been a long day, so I won't go into too much detail. But yeah, so essentially we are proposing changing how we operate our soccer complex facility. And just a little bit of history for those who haven't been on council for a long time. We have this history of operating some of our facilities through public facility license agreement. Years ago, we bonded a lot of quality of life projects, the recreation center, aquatic center, soccer complex, and we didn't have a big staff to be able to operate those facilities. So we turned to community organizations through these contracts. As we've grown, you know, we've hired more recreation staff, added capacity to the department, had time to go through and sort of audit our license agreements to see, you know, is this really still a fit for Schertz? Is this how we want to operate our facilities? And through that process, we identified some issues. And like Steve said, it's been a long conversation. I've been here 9 years. We've always sort of had issues over the years with a lot of these agreements, but we've been able to work through them. I think it's getting to the point now where we're just recommending a change, of course. So again, just a little bit about the soccer complex. You know, we've had it since 2008. Again, we didn't have a big team back then. We entered into the agreement with CISA. We created a Schertz Youth Soccer Alliance. So it's 3 different soccer leagues and the city in this alliance together. We did a renovation in 2013. At that time, a member of the alliance, SASAT, left. And then when we opened back up in 2015 with the new fields, the YMCA joined that alliance. And so it's currently the YMCA, Graysa, and the Lions Football Club, plus the city, in this alliance that is charged with managing the complex. So as we, again, looked at the agreement and have been working diligently over the last couple of years, again, analyzing the agreement and trying to get the alliance sort of back on track, we've noticed concerns. In terms of operations, you know, there's some building maintenance, deferred maintenance. Again, it's been 10 years since we had opened up the new complex, so things start to break down. Things start to look not so great, and the alliance wasn't really keeping up with maintenance. Turf management, we've had a lot of issues with turf. We do have some issues with water availability, but even so, we've got a lot of weed content out there. We haven't really dethatched, we haven't really aerated, we haven't really done the turf management to the level that people are now expecting in these type of soccer complexes. And then irrigation management, it's been a struggle, it's a constant struggle. It's a very specific trade to learn. And the alliance has been relying on contractors to do the work and just have been struggling to maintain that irrigation system, which is complex with that many fields. Administratively, the alliance, there's been some concerns about financial sustainability. We've always struggled with that. Again, the 9 years that I've been here, how are we going to pay for the improvements? How are we going to be able to manage this complex? And so they still have been struggling with that. And we had that question when the EDC did the investment in the lights. Is the alliance capable of actually paying the increased energy bills? So we went through and have been really working with them to project revenues to see if we can even pay the bills. There's some legal and compliance issues. There had been insurance lapses with the alliance, issues, you know, about payments and, you know, are we following best management practices when it comes to tracking payments and invoicing and just, you know, tracking your money. Organization, structure, ultimately the alliance has always functioned, but not really well. It's just been a sort of a disjointed organization of competitors trying to make this thing work. And over the years, we've had some concerns about inequitable access. You know, they've only wanted to let in who they wanted to let in to reserve fields, and there's just a higher demand. We continue to have demand. We've heard from some council members about why are these facilities always locked up and we're not allowing more of the public to come in, more of the leagues. There's always new leagues being created. More and more people want to use them, including additional sports, flag football, lacrosse, all these things are growing. And so we want to be able to accommodate them all if we can. Just a couple of pictures of some maintenance. Again, you know, the Alliance has had trouble with maintenance, trail management, equipment kind of everywhere, a lot of public hazards, things that we would normally take a lot of care to make sure weren't tripping hazards are in the way during an event. They just sort of aren't thinking of those things necessarily. General painting, and so the left is before and the right's after. City staff went ahead and stepped in and invested about $25,000 this year on some deferred maintenance to spruce it up to accompany the light investment. And when we had our grand opening, everything, you know, looked new and spruced up. The epoxy floors in the bathroom, repainting everything, disrepair fixtures, things like that. So there's a couple images of the left is before and the right is after. So again, we think this is the right time to adjust. We think it's time to make a change with how we operate it. We have invested quite a bit to this facility. I'll show you here in a minute the budget. It's about $2 million in investments. We want to have an enhanced facility maintenance. I think, again, council has said we want a gold standard. We want more. We want irrigated parks, right? We want all these things we would love to have. So we want to continue to raise the bar on facility maintenance. We want to have more equitable access. We want to be able to let more people in if we can. And we want to have increased capacity in programming. The lights add a lot of capacity. We want to take advantage of that. So ultimately, staff's recommendations are going to be have city operate the facility. We're a neutral party. We are going to hire an athletic coordinator as our proposal to manage field utilization. So, and this coordinator is offset by the revenues that would come in for field rentals. We want to competitively bid out field maintenance operations. Currently, the Alliance isn't, again, that's back to sort of best management practices. They're not reviewing contracts on a regular basis. They're not going out to bid. They've been sticking with the same folks. These contracts have sort of been in perpetuity, which anybody, you know, who's in business knows this is not probably the best. We want to competitively bid out concessionaire operations. We think there's a lot of opportunity to have more revenue from concessions. And so we're proposing moving to a recognized sports association type criteria. So basically the Alliance would be disbanded, but the members would become these recognized sports groups, and they would have priority use still. They've been here a long time, they would have priority space. They'd work directly with the athletic coordinator to carve out their time on the schedule. And then the soccer associations will continue to manage their programs. They know soccer, people would still sign up their kids with the individual soccer associations. The city is not interested in running the soccer leagues. We're only interested in running the maintenance of the facility and the field utilization. Again, who has what time blocks and where, again, in order to open it up to others. So again, some benefits to the transition. We can continue to invest in the facility to meet resident standards, fair and transparent access for all users. Again, I get that complaint a lot. Why can't we get in there? They're locking it up. It's not fair. We're trying to be more transparent about who uses it. Additional capacity for city-led rec programs and events. You know, we have lacrosse camps, we have cheer camps, we have flag football camps in the summer. We want to keep doing those kind of a thing. That could be complementing the soccer that's already occurring out there. We want to streamline operations through technology. Our new software system and the new lighting system can integrate. So when you reserve, a league will reserve, 4 or 5 hours of time, the lights are automatically timed with that reservation just by a click of the button in the software. Eliminates duplication. Currently, the league pays insurance, the Alliance has insurance, the city has insurance, we have our own websites, schedules. It's just trying to streamline and eliminate duplication of effort. And then again, the relationship between the city and these local leagues are remaining. We want everyone to still stay, we want everyone to play. We just want to add more capacity. Here's the budget. The first column here shows how it is currently. The city pays some stuff, and the CISA Alliance pays some things. So, and at the top, you can see the improvements we've made. Again, about $2 million in capital improvements between the lighting, the well project we're still trying to get underway, irrigation, storage, and pumps, and then that $25,000 in deferred maintenance. And then there's the debt service for the complex that the residents are paying to support that complex, the construction of it. And then on the right is what we're proposing. It's just, again, shifting everything that the Alliance was doing. The city now is collecting the revenue for the field rentals, and it's all just being combined into one. The revenues are offsetting the coordinator position, covering all the maintenance, covering a one-time purchase of a marking field robot, so it'll automate all the field painting. And we still think we can net about $32,000 with this new model. We did have a lot of conversation about this with the Parks Board. 2 meetings, June and July, at least 2 hours both times. So a lot of conversation, obviously, a lot of people involved. You know, these are community partners. These folks have been volunteering their time. There's a lot of passion and emotion, and that's great. But again, I think the Parks Board echoed some of staff's concerns. So Gracia at the Parks Board meeting did bring a proposal to try to operate independently. And I think they're going to come to council and present it to you probably next week or the week after. So just want to let you know that. But I think, again, Parks Board still had concerns about equity and how Gracia would prioritize field use. They had concerns about contracts with Gracia board members and staff and spouses getting contracts and things like that, which is what's occurring now. They had concerns about the ability to maintain the facility. Everyone agreed Gracia knows soccer. That was positive. The Lions know soccer, Gracia knows soccer. But the leagues are going to continue to manage their programs, so no one disagreed there. I think Parks Board, the consensus was city staff knows maintenance. They know irrigation and turf management, and they felt like the two should be separate. They liked the idea of the city athletic coordinator being the neutral party. And again, the board echoed a lot of the concerns about the financial sustainability of Gracia even being able to operate it. They still want to phase in paying for utilities because I think they weren't able to cover the cost up front. And I think staff also noted in that meeting that the proposal, the estimated expenses that Gracia lays out are less than currently what CISA has budgeted and less than the city, both revenues and expenses. So the numbers are not quite jiving there, so we have concerns there. Ultimately, the board did take a vote. They motioned to dissolve the CISA alliance and agreement. There was 5 ayes and 1 nay. The 1 nay is the current president of Gracia. And then the board did a second motion to recommend city operations of the soccer complex, hire the athletic coordinator. They didn't stop there, though. The motion was to add additional staff. They felt like we needed maybe another one, a coordinator or a part-time role. We had some discussion about where we might be able to shift some of the seasonal folks that we have working on summer camps and things over maybe to soccer to help supplement. But ultimately, they wanted to go ahead and let you guys know they wanted Parks to have more staff. So that was the motion. 4 ayes, 2 nay. One of the nays was our Parks Board Vice Chair, Bill Bosch. He only voted nay because he thought we could do it with the one athletic coordinator. So he wanted me to point that out. So those are the recommendations from Parks Board. And that's, again, why staff is here today, to work this through the budget process, because it is adding positions. But again, those positions and the costs are offset by the revenue. I know that was a lot, but I will entertain any discussion at this time or questions.
Could you go back to where you had your spreadsheet?
Yes, sir. Budget.
Okay, right there. The numbers don't add up here either, okay? You're saying that on our budget request for the sports complex, the soccer complex, it's going to be $369,000.
Correct. That's the expense total that we have, yes.
But you're saying up there that you're operating at a profit. Why are we paying for it here and you're making a profit over there? I don't understand the numbers here.
The revenues are recorded in the budget as well. So it's offset. So all the revenues that are up here that cover that are in the revenues on the budget, and those are additional expenses.
Yeah,
Or those
so-
are the expenses to run the program.
So you're having
it's a little bit
369 here.
It's a little bit complicated, Mayor. We already have some money in the budget because we're already paying it, right? The utilities and things like that, the water. So that doesn't need to be added to the budget because we already got it, so we'll reallocate it. Now, if we take on these other things, we got to add that to the budget. So that's what you're seeing on this list. What you're not seeing is the revenue offset that goes in the revenue part of the budget that offsets this. So if you remember when I went through these, when I mentioned those two, they get offset by revenues. So this is an add, but it's a $32,000 profit when you take into account the revenue side.
So that is a change
Does
of.
that make sense?
It still makes no sense.
Okay.
No.
Okay.
No, it makes no sense because you're adding 369. That lowers the tax rate to 50 cents even. This is a 0.64 increase on the tax base. But you're
Right.
saying it's operating at a profit. But on this, you're not operating at a profit. You're increasing the tax rate on our residents.
So
Because of this.
if you look down at the very bottom, it's
You should be
32,000.
decreasing it by $32,000.
Mayor,
No, that's
and-
actually a profit.
Right, you should be decreasing it here by
Yeah.
32,000.
No, so we show the expenditures and we also show the revenues in the budget. So in a different part of the budget, we show the revenues. And that number is $32,000 higher than what we're adding here plus what we already have in the budget. So it's just not represented all on the supplemental request page. So when you come to that item, there's actually no impact in terms of increasing the need for additional revenues because it's already been added for the fees and such that are listed up
But
there.
there is an impact because this number reflects everything that you're spending.
Yes.
Yes.
So it's everything we're spending, and then the revenues that we're going to collect are more than everything we're going to be spending. So that's why we have a surplus of $32,000.
It still doesn't make sense, you know. But I'm not going to argue the point. In my mind, it does not make sense because that number is up there, and that number increases the tax rate to 50.64.
Well, it's completely supported by fees, so it doesn't impact the tax rate.
Then it shouldn't be up there then.
Well, it should be on this list because we're requesting to add expenditures in the budget. So rather than just showing a net, we show revenues coming in and expenditures going out. So when you look at our budget, you'll see a revenue that's related to the soccer complex and you'll see expenditures related to the soccer complex. That's governmental accounting. That's how we want to represent our budget, and that's how we enter it into our accounting system. Revenues come in, they cover expenditures that go out.
So the revenues are basically on the fees or permits or whatever it was, but it would not indicate that on your presentation that these were the
It does not indicate it. It doesn't indicate it on the supplemental request form, and that's.
I apologize, Mayor. I mentioned it in the slide when we talked about the fees on the chart, but as to your point, this is a change in how we've presented the cut line in the past. And before, we would always show the net impact, the ones that would more directly relate to the tax rate and what we're asking for. But as Steve's point is, whenever council is setting a budget, they have to approve the expenditures as a whole. You technically don't set revenues when you adopt the budget, you just adopt the expenditures. So Steve wanted to show you all of the expenditures that were in the budget. But this item and a couple of other items do have fees associated with it that don't affect the tax rate.
Right.
And those were not specifically stated, and we can make sure that they're stated on the future discussions and papers.
Point taken.
Yes, sir.
All right. Now let's go back to the alliance. Okay? The problem you kept saying was the alliance, the alliance, the alliance. Grace requested that they go ahead and take over the complex. We didn't even consider or gave them an opportunity to see whether or not they can meet those requirements. No, and you mentioned the soccer fields, the maintenance of the soccer fields. Over and over, I've heard that these are the best soccer fields that there is in the area. But now you're telling me they're not maintained to the proper caliber that they should be. So I'm getting mixed feelings from the public and from your presentation. So which one is it?
I think they are one of the best soccer fields in the area. Yes, if you've been to HEB fields in New Braunfels or some of the other places in San Antonio, they're not that nice, but I would say that our caliber of parks and the maintenance standards that we have here in Schertz are higher than Bexar County and City of San Antonio and even City of New Braunfels. So that's what we're trying to do, is continue to raise the bar. To To your point, yes, Grace has not gotten a chance yet to operate on their own. That's a policy question here that council can decide to make. Essentially, they have been sort of dominating the alliance all these years. And so there's been a lot of opportunity, staff feels, to make changes and sort of show, that they can do this, but they haven't been able to do so. I mean, that's sort of
Well, and to
our
clarify,
perspective.
In a situation like this with a program that's roughly, oh, I'm sorry, I went too far. Roughly a $370,000 a year program, we would definitely need to do an RFP because other soccer clubs have expressed interest, and I'm sure they would express interest in taking it over as well. So I would not recommend just handing it over to one of the clubs. I would recommend we go through the RFP process and evaluate the different proposers to take over it completely.
But if you look at those numbers up there, they are responsible for close to $300,000 of the tournament fees, the games, the registrations, and you want to take over that, and we are not experts in those fields. You indicated that yourself right here. We're just maintaining the fields.
This
And you're
is actually
operating at a
CISA's
profit.
fees.
You're operating on a profit based on the $300,000 that you think you're going to get from them, and they're not even part of the game.
Well,
I just think
clear,
that we should give them an opportunity. That's all I'm saying. We can delay this portion until next year after we give them an year to see whether or not they can prove themselves, because the soccer fields are being maintained okay. The amount of revenue they're bringing in is $300,000 plus.
I'm sorry, Mayor, I just want
Could
to
you
be
go
very
back to the photos, please?
I want to be very clear that it's CISA. These are the fees that CISA charges as the administrator of the fields in terms of maintenance and the field rental, essentially, for the tournaments, and not practice, but for the tournaments. So it's not Grace that's bringing those revenues in, it's CISA, because there are more organizations than just Grace using the facility right now. So that they also charge fees for their leagues and things of that nature to pay these fees. Grace does, and the other organizations, they charge fees to be able to pay these fees, but then they also pay their officials and whoever else it is that runs their programs. So, so there is a distinction. So if we were to continue forward, my interpretation is it would be to maintain CISA in its position until we can do an RFP and select an organization to run it directly, more like the BVYA model. I don't know if there's council support for that, or
But we're
in
not
any
giving,
event,
we're not giving them the opportunity, because if we take over, they're not going to be BVYA or anything like that. We are taking over the whole facility, the whole maintenance.
yes, sir. And I believe maybe BVYA would like to be part of the RFP process and bid on doing it. So I know there are other organizations other than Grace that would like to probably participate in that. And I think it's prudent with $370,000 maybe not to just hand it to a nonprofit organization outside of the city. So I'm sorry, which picture do you want to look
That's not the proposal here. The proposal is hiring additional staff to
bring it in-house
yes.
to the city. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Before we go back to the photos, can you go back to the chart with the fees? The city, the residents are on the hook with the bond for this soccer field. I am not in favor of turning over a soccer field that we're on the hook for. The residents are on the hook for this bond. They've had every opportunity, in my opinion, based on the pictures that you've shown me, on maintaining what they should have. They can focus on soccer while we maintain what we need to, because all the pictures that you just go back through the pictures where the fields are, and you leave in lawn equipment and the bathrooms and stuff that just, the damages, and the grass, okay, and I know we don't have a lot of water, but things like that that are unsafe, if you were part of that thing and you wanted to do something, you would have done it while you had the opportunity to. You don't have to wait until now that the city wants to take it over, that now all of a sudden you want to take over a field where you weren't doing any maintenance to begin with. And if you're giving contracts to other people that are related, the soccer field, yes, I've heard from other people, but you're right. When you go to other fields, ours does look better, but it's not where we want it to be, and it needs to stay there. And with the maintenance that we have to put into it, and what we are putting into it, and the $2 million investment that we took from the residents in the city of Schertz to say, hey, we're going to give you the soccer field that you want, I'm not willing to do that. I think we should be maintaining what it looks like, and they can maintain their soccer teams and the soccer games. And I have heard from some people who were having issues with getting in to the field and being able to use the field, and they made complaints. And so if someone is taking that and only letting people in that they choose to, that's not right either. It should be equitable. And if you weren't being equitable when you were part of the whole alliance, doesn't make me have full confidence that you're going to be equitable if you have it yourself. And if we're going to turn it over to anybody, I would agree it needs to be an RFP so that other people can apply. But I think it's best for Schertz to take care of it because our residents are on the hook with bond money.
No, but I must remind you, BBYA is our fields, and we let them take care of it. So your argument saying that we paid for it as a bond, we did the same thing with the baseball fields, and they are great. They are being managed.
And
the problem here was an alliance of three people that could not agree on a set issue. And if we have one group, only one group, it can be a different story, but we're not giving them the opportunity at this time.
Can we go back to the slide where it says Grayson, when they came in and what they were trying to do that they said they couldn't do to begin with the payment and trying to pay for different things that they don't have the money to?
Well,
What
and
slide
also,
was that?
I do just want to reiterate, I will turn it over to Lauren in just a second to reiterate one thing. This is merely the maintenance and
Right, that's what I
operation of
figured, the
facility.
maintenance.
The leagues will still have
Right.
access, they'll have preferential scheduling, they will have a lot of things that with the exception of a handful of people, nobody out there is going to notice a difference. Other than maybe Lauren and we believe that we can do a better job maintaining it than it's currently being maintained. And it is, we do have about $10 million invested in that facility. So in my estimation, we want to make sure that it's maintained to its best and highest use. And we feel like we're the best ones to do that because we do that in a lot of different instances. There will still be a significant amount of influence on what the staff does in terms of scheduling, that kind of thing, by the user organizations. And in terms of netting out the cost from my perspective, you have the operational cost, and that's that $370,000 in revenue, or I'm sorry, in expenditure. But then you have the capital cost, and that's the $10 million, I think a total of maybe $8 million in bond, somewhere in that range, that $281,000 a year that the city issued to acquire the park and improve the park. And then we just invested $2 million in terms of upgrading the lighting. And so the city has a significant investment in this park. We just want to make sure that the maintenance is where it needs to be to preserve that asset as long as possible and as the highest use and best used as possible.
There's no question that we can maintain those fields even much better, but at a greater cost. I'm not doubting that. I'm just saying that we never gave them the opportunity to prove whether or not they can do it. And that is my only argument at this point is that, we're taking over. Right. You mentioned the lights. The lights were just installed in May of this year, mid-May. And you're how can I phrase this? Because of the lights being installed, you you a high volume of the fields being used with these lights when they just happen. There's time. You got to form your leagues first, and then you start to to allow the time so that they could use it. We didn't even give them that opportunity. And that's what I'm saying is that they were finalizing their games. They're going to start it up soon, but we never gave them that opportunity. And you mentioned that the lights, and that's, to me, that's one of those things that you provide the council with information that is not really thought through as far as your expectations, because the lights were installed in mid-May when there's no leagues going on during the summer. So, and then you put in a $40,000 practice fees, and as Grace has said, we don't charge for practice fields. So you're operating at a deficit, not at a profit of $8,000.
Well, CISA doesn't charge GRACA.
You will.
We don't know whether GRACA charges the people that they allow to use it. So, I mean, I just want to be clear about that. CISA does not charge GRACA, and we don't know what GRACA charges. So, this is a policy decision of the council, and we will do whatever you collectively decide to do. Our recommendation, my recommendation, is that we take it into house for the maintenance and the scheduling and the upkeep of the facility. That is all we intend to do. We are not trying to start any soccer leagues. We are not trying to compete with the soccer leagues. We want them to do what they do best, which is run the soccer leagues.
What is the impact on the tax rate if we don't bring it in?
There's no impact on the tax rate because it'll continue to exist as it is.
As it is.
Right. So there's no impact now, and there'll be no impact if we bring it in-house. It's the same.
It's only whether or not we want to take a risk and let Grace take over. But again, I don't have a vote here. I'm a numbers person myself, and I feel that the opportunity should be being given. And we're not providing that opportunity to someone to prove themselves. But the council will decide which way they want to go.
I support the soccer and for the city to take over the soccer fields.
Okay, thank you.
I think it makes sense for the city to take it over. They can continue to do soccer because that's what they focus on. But to me, I hear what the mayor's saying, but even saying giving them an opportunity, they could have taken the opportunity at any point during the alliance and say, hey, we've got this, we're going to maintain this, we're not going to do this. But then when you show me pictures like that of how that has happened over time, they didn't step up when they could have. And now that the city wants to take over just to maintain the fields, now they want priority. And to me, you don't have to wait until the city wanted to take it over. You could have been doing all the things and then working with the city and said, I know we got these other people, but we really want to make sure these fields are taken care of. So what can we do? And city, how can you help us make these fields the way they are before the Parks Board? And to me, I trust my Parks Board. We appointed these people to be on the Parks Board, and after everything that's been done, they made a decision. I need to base my decision on the Parks Board because they're out there and they're seeing what's going on.
Okay. So if the consensus of the council is to move forward as it is, then we will in terms of the budget. If it's not, then we can pull it out of the budget and continue to operate with CISA as is. And yes, sir.
No, I didn't want to interrupt you. That slide, it said 4 were in favor and 1 was a nay?
So 1 was against because the motion that was made was different from what staff was recommending. It was to add an additional person that we didn't ask for. We're not asking for that. And so the one person out of the 2 that voted against it was not in favor of adding that extra position. He's expressed after the fact that he's in favor of the city taking it over, just not with 2 positions, just 1. Two nays, and the other nay was the president of GRACA.
Okay, so those 2 were in favor of the city taking over.
No, 4 were in favor
Oh,
of
4 were in favor.
the motion that was presented, which included the addition of a second maintenance person or a second park staff personnel that we didn't recommend. Staff did not recommend that. So the two that were against, one was the president of GRACA, and one was somebody who just didn't want that second position added. He was in favor of it moving to the city, but not in favor of two positions.
Gotcha. Okay.
And I like the idea of the city taking care of our own stuff. Don't get me wrong, but obviously, I'm a little bit confused here as far as the soccer side of it. Now, we contract that out to an organization to run?
Yes. So go ahead.
Yes, so we would just be, again, coordinating the
Yeah, I know we're not going to
use.
run the soccer games, but we do have a contract with an organization.
We created an alliance of three different.
I'm sorry.
You wanna say it?
Yeah, we don't have contracts with the soccer organizations to provide the leagues. We simply provide the fields that they use to run their leagues. So there's no contractual arrangement.
We do have an agreement with the alliance members, and we would have to come back and
Okay.
disband that
Right,
agreement.
right.
They'd
But-
have to vote.
But yeah, and I don't mean to get off in the weeds in it, but there are other people like tournaments and things like that use it that we don't necessarily have, they're not included in the agreement. They fall under those people who are in the agreement.
Yeah, I get that, but
Right.
what I'm saying is somebody else is running the who's playing who
Yes.
and, access, and you guys have fields 2 and 3 tonight, and
Correct. We would not do any of that. The leagues themselves would schedule all of their games. We would meet with them at the beginning of the season and say, this league, you have 4 to 8 on field 12. This league, you have 4 to 8 on field 2. That kind of a thing.
but we control the usage of the fields for maintenance and reseeding and. all-
Correct. We would do all the maintenance, all the irrigation
so
management.
We would say, okay, these fields are off limits this week for
Correct.
maintenance. and-
Correct. Yes, sir.
And I would make one more comment about the fields. One of the things right now is we don't charge them for practice right now, right? We would charge a nominal fee for practice, and what that does, it gives them some skin in the game, because right now we got a lot of no-show. People schedule the fields, hey, I don't have any money down, so I may as well just not show up. That's occurring. So if you attach a small fee to it, it's going to incentivize them to use what they reserve.
Okay, then that makes more sense to me to do what you're proposing.
I've already spoken to one other council member who's not present, and they're in favor of the city taking it over.
So am I.
Okay. Right. Any other discussion on this? If not, we will move on to the next one, the senior center.
Is that your paper, Scott? Oh, Steve? Do you want- Okay, senior center. Again, a similar conversation. We have been contracting out the operations of the senior center through this facility use agreement currently with the YMCA. Again, when we opened our senior center, we had a small staff. We didn't have the capability to run it ourselves. As we've grown, we're going through the process saying, does this contract make sense for us as we move forward? There's some issues there. I know you guys have seen me come up to council meetings many times sort of over the years about some things that have happened and occurred at the senior center, and we've been working through those things. And so just a little history for those that don't know, there is precedence for other entities operating the senior center. We had the Comal County Senior Citizens Foundation for several years. The city of Schertz did it for a couple years. Then we went to the YMCA. Now we're actually proposing going back to the city. Just a reminder, in 2017, we did do a renovation of the facility, invested about $850,000, and added an additional 1,500 square feet to the center by encompassing what was the WellMed doctor's office next door. Currently, this contract's a little bit different than the aquatic center and the recreation center that is the main Y hub. They do a lot more management over there and have maintenance responsibilities. In this contract, we really have just subcontracted out the staffing, is really what it boils down to. We still maintain that building. We still have facilities people doing work orders over there. We still have parks people working on the irrigation out front. It has just ultimately been the YMCA hiring staff to run the program. And so it's sort of a shared experience there. And again, we've had issues. So again, some compliance issues. We run the nutrition education program out there where there's, federal dollars involved. There's a lot of forms and things that are required with that. It's still a struggle to get those things in and turned in, and it's sort of been a pattern. We've had transition over there. This is the third. We've had 3 senior center directors, I think, in the 5 years of this contract. It's just been difficult every year. Every time it's a new person, it's getting them on board. We still are really not where we would like to be. Things they should be doing, like fire drills and things like that, they're just not getting done, and we have to constantly, hey, remember this? So this takes a lot of staff time to manage this contract. Level of service, we really haven't returned to pre-COVID levels. I think we all sort of have noticed that over time. I've heard that comment from many folks. We don't seem to have the same level of engagement we used to have over there. We don't have the same amount of field trips and dances. We don't have the same amount of programs. We don't really seem to be getting any grants or sponsorships. We had that pre-COVID. We had a very engaged director over there, and we were kind of rocking and rolling, and we really haven't got back up to that point. And we've had these conversations with the Y. This was not a surprise to them that we have come to this conclusion, and we're here today. And then again, if we're going to contract, it has to have benefits to the city, right? There's some things that it works great with. There's some it's not so great. And again, we have a hard time with quality control. They're not our direct employees. We can make strong suggestions, but it doesn't always work out. And as you guys know, that is an intensive center to run. It's an intensive operation to run. And so, there's the advisory board management, there's all these things that come with it. And, I just think we do that a lot, so we just have that experience. And it's been difficult for the Y to sort of step into that role. So again, we think this is the right time to adjust. We should be evaluating our contracts every time, and it's expiring September 30th. It's time with this process to add the staff. Our budget proposal slightly increases the level of service with a little bit of extra money, but ultimately it's only about a $4,000 difference between what we're already paying now. So we're recommending that we do let the current contract expire, hire our own senior center supervisor who works for the city, directly under Parks and Recreation. Again, we can manage the expectations better if they work directly for us, we think. Hire a full-time rec specialist, do a lot more programming over there than we currently do. The Y doesn't have another full-time person. They have a full-time and then a part-time kind of front desk type person. So we really want to beef up the programming over there. And this fits within, again, the current budget essentially. Right now, we're talking about having custodial support. We have some capacity with our event attendance over at the Civic Center. We feel like we can just absorb that cleaning. Might look into maybe adding to the contract that we have for cleaning for the city buildings if we can make it work. But for now, we want to work with our current Parks employees. And through the conversation with the YMCA about this, we did talk through, hey, their business is fitness. They do great at fitness. They're recommending and offering up a contract with them to maintain their contract fitness instructors. And so that's a win where we can still maintain that partnership in a way that makes it a fit for this facility. That's their business, and it'd be great to just, seniors love their current instructors. They don't want to change, so it'd be great if we could maintain those instructors that they have currently through a secondary contract with the Y on that. And so we're working on a transition plan. We're hoping to get direction from council today, just like we did with the other, so we can go ahead and start posting for positions and figure this out so we can phase these things in, because we don't want to disrupt the senior center operations, just like we don't want to disrupt the soccer. We want to make it smooth. We want everybody to still enjoy their time, but we want to plan appropriately. So that's sort of what we're doing. That's our plan, and that's our recommendation. Here's the budget again. Currently is what we're doing on the left, proposed on the right. All we're doing is taking the $160,236 that we're paying the YMCA and using that funding to hire staff that work for the city. We are thinking that we're going to be able to get back into the Silver Sneakers program, which is a reimbursement from members' insurances, so that way we can drive a little bit more revenue, and we want to be able to seek some more sponsorships. I have some folks on the team who are really good at doing that for the events, and so I'm hoping I can do that here at the senior center. And then just sort of maintain, and then, bring back the field trips, bring back the things that we really keep hearing that the seniors want. And again, still operating at a loss, that's not a surprise, but driving a little bit more revenue. So actually our cost recovery goes up a teeny bit, but that's sort of the proposal. And and we did talk about this at Parks Board. Again, the recommendation was unanimous on this one to move forward with city operations and cancel the contract. So that's their or let the contract expire, excuse me. That's their recommendation, and I'd love to have feedback from you all now. I saw some nods. Okay.
I think it's, at this time, it's the right thing to do.
Okay.
Because you're right, the seniors did have a lot of things before, and they're not getting what they were getting, and I remember a lot of the compliance issues and having those conversations in council, so I think it's time to bring the operation of it, as far as operation and maintenance of it, back under the city, and then, like you said, they do fitness well, let them continue to do fitness. I think it's a win for the seniors.
Thank you. I completely support it. I know firsthand how upset everybody is over there. So definitely support the city taking over, but I also would like at a later time alternative facilities. So that's something maybe later we could talk about.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that last portion. Could you repeat?
Alternative facilities.
Oh, to look at other places?
Yes,
Whatever.
absolutely.
When you say future consideration, you saying like next fiscal year, kind of as
Yes.
we're going through this
Mhm,
process?
mhm,
Okay. Just to be clear, make sure we're not, yeah, okay.
I had the opportunity to visit the senior center not too long ago, and absolutely, I had a lot of conversation with the seniors there, and they're very good people, and absolutely, if the city's going to make improvements and help them, absolutely, I'm all for that.
Thank you.
No, I just want to add, I do think this is a great opportunity, but more because of an incident that occurred when we were down there. We had an individual that was choking, and we made the staff aware of it. Instead of calling 911, they issued a code red to call the main office before they called 911. And I thought that was a big potential risk for the city, and especially for the individual that was choking. And at that time, we had someone that was a air flight paramedic that was able to assist. 911 did show up. But I just think that there were some issues there when you're calling this office to call the office. The priority was I think their whole operations needed to be reviewed at that point, because we are talking about seniors. The average age in there is over 66, maybe even. We have 90-year-olds in there.
Yes, we do.
My mother-in-law's in there. So. The fact that we're taking it over, that we know our resources, we know the operations, what we're going to do when something like that happens, I think all in all, it's the best way to approach this senior center.
It's the right thing to do. Everybody I've talked to, there's a lot of drama there.
Thank you. Okay, got what I needed. Thank you.
All right, so we have concluded, this is the conclusion of our presentation. So if there's other items or other discussions, something we've left out or something you want to bring up, I invite that right now and just let us know. Or you can reach out to me anytime between now and next Tuesday if you have comments or questions. From what we discussed earlier, I'll be bringing back a little bit of a modification to the general fund proposal. Well, the proposal will stay the same at the no new revenue tax rate, and then we'll bring back various scenarios on a PowerPoint presentation for y'all to look at that were all mentioned by the various council members. So we'll bring that back, and it'll be an item that we will attach to setting the maximum tax rate item on, since we are setting a tax rate that's directly relative to the general fund, we can have some discussion on the items that impact that tax rate. So we'll bring it back to you on Tuesday. So like the mayor recommended, take a look at that list. Make sure there's nothing that you didn't see or something else pops in your mind. Feel free to reach out to me if you got questions, and then also bring it to next Tuesday.
Just one more thing on the two potential items that we discussed. Are there going to be resolutions for the council to review, to vote on before we take the tax rate into consideration?
Ultimately,
the senior center and
So for the senior center, the contract, will just let it expire. So that'll be, if you adopt the
Okay.
budget, the request will be as part of the budget. And the Grayson one will, or I mean, I'm sorry, the Sison one will have to bring back for council to approve the dissolving of the
resolution?
alliance.
Okay. All right.
Yes, sir.
All right. Any other comments, questions? All right. It is 2:43. I just want to say thank you all for the informative information, and we'll see you all on Tuesday. We are adjourned at 2:43. Thank you.
And Mayor, just really quickly, I want to give kudos to the staff. Everybody put a bunch of work into this to make this happen. So I want to acknowledge that and the good job they did. So.
No, definitely. Numbers are very complicated, as you can see. You know, mine is going over here, and what about this number? And, you know, it doesn't add up.
It's a lot
But
of information we throw at
until you explain it. But thank you all. Thank you all to the staff. Thanks, Steve, for putting all this together. And again, we stand adjourned.